405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Today alone, 5,370 people in the United States will be diagnosed with cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer funds and develops the newest and most promising cancer treatments. Stand Up to Cancer wants to provide you with every opportunity to join in this mission. By donating your home, land, or commercial property, you can help Stand Up to Cancer fund innovative cancer research. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy, and it may be tax deductible. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hump day?
Not quite a hump day here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. That will be about 24 hours from now, but we are out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. I'm like, you guys are looking at me like I'm crazy. It's Tuesday.
I didn't know. You know why I was looking kind of weird? Because I'm like, Evans isn't here.
Yeah, again,
so
a shocker.
Evans
are you
isn't
used
here.
to it at this point?
I am. I'm used to it. It's a revolving door. I don't know. I don't know if it's me or what it is, but I'm used to him not being here, just like looking up and saying, okay, who am I working with today? Right? It's the roulette partners with Stokley. So I thought that was why I was looking kind of weird and confused, because I'm like, he's not here. We don't play it. Let's just play something else. Not that it was it's Tuesday.
Right. It's actually
Wednesday.
a completely different day of the week. Well, yeah, Richie
It's
Carney.
training camp.
It's training camp.
This is what happens in training camp. Hey.
Mike Evans leaves, and we get the days mixed up.
It's
death and taxes.
Yes, that's right.
Well, we are out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit on a Tuesday morning. Beautiful Tuesday. It feels like the perfect temperature out right now. It's just bright enough. You've got fantastic lighting now, thanks to Rock and Roll Brian shining on your face with this fancy ring light.
We've been working on our video technology out here.
Tell me about it.
And, I do this because I like to do radio. I don't want to do TV.
It's not what you signed up for?
No, it's not what I signed up for. So I really don't care about it, but we're trying very hard to make it look good. So we got lighting and all this stuff. It's all good. It's all good. So, but hey, we got some news yesterday that was also some good news.
It was. We got news about Courtland Sutton finally getting his contract extension question answered. Comes to the tune of 4 years, $92 million, what essentially feels like he's going to lock himself up as a Bronco for life, right? He'll be 35 or so at the end of this contract if he plays it all the way through, and we'll see, how the years progress along to that point. Stoke, what was your initial reaction to the Sutton signing?
Bravo. Great job, Denver Broncos. Great job, George Payton, Greg Pinner, and Shawn Payton getting this thing done. And it was kind of odd out there, awkward a little bit, because Courtland wasn't doing everything.
No.
He wasn't doing everything. So, we hadn't really been talking about him being a hold-in, but he was kind of a hold-in.
A hybrid hold-in is, I believe, how Zach Bye put it.
Okay,
he'll go out there for individuals and warm-ups and, maybe run some routes on air here and there. But once it's, 7-on-7, maybe. Definitely in team period, probably not.
Yeah. So it's a little bit different. And, he looked good when he was doing certain things. But, he's your best receiver by far. And you needed to get him locked up. And it's obvious, it's evident. If you come out here for 2 or 3 days and you watch the wide receivers work and run routes, he's your best one. And, you don't want to mess around with it. So I think it was a fair contract. You know, he's not getting paid like a top-tier wide receiver, but he's getting paid like a good wide receiver, which he is, and a solid wide receiver, and he's a perfect fit for the Denver Broncos. And him and Bo have a connection, and he's a good teammate. He's a captain, all those things. So I think it's a win-win deal here, Richie. I don't know if there's such a thing, but I think Cortland, you know, with the $41 million guaranteed, good for him. That's a great contract from him, obviously, and I think the Broncos win here, too. They're not breaking the bank on a wide receiver.
Yeah, I think that there is such a thing as a win-win, but they're rare, right? Because inevitably when you're doing business negotiations, one side always wants to win a little bit more than the other. That's the nature of doing business. And for Cortland, it was kind of a unique and interesting situation. He was coming off of a contract where George Payton signed him to a 4-year, $60 million extension, and on the front half of that extension, you could argue maybe he underperformed to the dollar amount that he was playing. He was still coming. It took him a couple of years kind of on that Jamal Murray return track coming back from the ACL. And it was like, oof, I don't know if we're ever going to see this guy get back to what he was coming into the league in 2018. But then on the back half of that contract, the last 2 seasons, the first with Russ and then last year with Bo, he catches 10 touchdown passes with Russell Wilson, clearly establishes himself as that possession receiver. And then last year with Bo, it was evident by the 135 targets that he gets that that's Bo's guy. And that, to your point, the disparity, the gap between the wide receiver 1 and the wide receiver 2 is pretty big. So he didn't have to be a wide receiver 1 on a handful of other teams around the league, but he's the Broncos wide receiver 1, and he locks himself in that position for at least a few more years.
Yeah, and he's a perfect fit for the Denver Broncos, and I think it's obviously he got drafted here in the second round. Mm-hmm. He's been there for a long time. You don't want to leave now. I mean, this is when you reap the benefits of all that hard work before. I mean, the Broncos are good now. They're a good team. So you want this thing to work out, and it did. So you don't want it to drag on through camp and have any kind of drama there. So they got this one done, and now we turn the page and see if we're going to get any other contracts done. But good job by the Denver Broncos getting Courtland Sutton and extended, and now we can just move forward and not have to worry about that contract situation with him. So I think it's a huge positive this early in training camp that they were able to get that one done.
We got the first day of pads, which to a lot of people, and maybe even as a former player, you can illuminate to some of the players themselves, kind of feels like the first real day of camp, right? They have a few days of an acclimation period. Then you had the practice on Friday and Saturday. And then yesterday's practice, you get the first practice in full pads. Stoke, when you were going through the much more rigorous training camps than what our players today are experiencing, what was that first day of pads like, and how did it change your mindset ahead of the season?
It was awful. I hated first day of pads. It's just more weight on my body that I had to run routes with, right? So, and then now all of a sudden the defense, they love first day of pads because now they think it's a green light to start hitting you. And if you piss them off at all during training camp so far, right, they're just like, okay, yeah, you're running your mouth there when we're in shorts all off season, but now we got pads
Catch
on.
Me outside.
Okay, all right, 14. Yeah, keep your head on a swivel, right? Hey, maybe you took a few bucks from them in the card game the night before. Whatever the case may be, those defensive guys, they love when you put pads on. I hated it because now it kind of gave them a green light to start hitting you. But look, it's real football now, and that's where we're at. They weren't on the field very long yesterday, though.
It did. It ended about 15 minutes or so early. It
was an hour 35 minutes. They started around 10 and they finished at about 11:35. So it was quick. It was high tempo, and the defense. Again, you got some defensive guys over here that are some dudes, and they're bringing energy yesterday, chirping a little bit, but high energy practice, which I loved.
When it comes to the rest of the wide receiver room, Stoke, who thus far is emerging themselves or you think has the most realistic shot to solidify that number 2 spot alongside the now locked down Courtland Sutton?
I still think it's early and it's wide open, but I like what I've seen from Franklin. And just the way he moves. He's different than the other two guys.
He's wearing a new number, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's wearing number 11.
That's right.
Josh Reynolds' old number.
Yeah. I knew there was something different about him. I just couldn't figure it out, Richie.
And maybe he got a little taller. Maybe he put on a jersey. I don't know.
Maybe so, but he just moves different because he can move. Obviously, Mims is a speedster, but there's something about Franklin that just looks a little bit different. And Vele, he's just Mr. Consistency.
Yep.
He's going to be where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. He's a great route runner. He catches everything. He's tough. He'll be great in the run game. So, they're just different wide receivers. And I don't think there's going to be one guy that we look up and say, he's the guy. Now, there might be a guy starting, but I think at the end of the game you'll see it be, hey, Marvin Mims played 30 plays, Vele played 32 plays, and Franklin played 25 plays. I think that's what you're going to see from those three guys fighting for that number 2 spot.
There's one Denver Broncos, Stoke, and you mentioned now that Courtland Sutton's deal is done, maybe we can turn the page and move forward to some of the other guys who are probably waiting in line for some new money. Well, there's one Denver Bronco that doesn't necessarily love the way that he's currently being valued by the team, and he seems very ready and excited and willing to talk about it. I'll explain next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Stoke here for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. And they got some great upcoming auctions. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. The best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items. That's what I love about Roller Auction. Ending August 6th, 9 o'clock in the morning. Got a government fleet vehicle and equipment auction. Always one of my favorites. It's got pickup trucks, got SUV sedans, utility trucks, dump trucks, vans, police vehicles, trailers, and so much more. It's packed full of some big ticket items you're going to get great deals on. That's what I love about it. Also got a City of Aurora impound vehicle auction that will be ending Wednesday, August 6th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And if you're in the market for a school bus, guess what? They got you taken care of there. Cherry Creek School Bus auction will be ending on Wednesday, August 6th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's what I love about Roller Auction. They're always updating and adding new auctions every single week. Go see it all and get yourself a great deal at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
The Will Height Law
law firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be simple, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment. But then comes the part every investor dreads, getting a loan. You know what happens next. You hand over your tax returns loaded with write-offs and smart CPA magic, but the bank looks at you like, oh, you're one of those people. Traditional lenders don't get you, but we do. At Cake, we specialize in DSCR loans. DSCR means debt service coverage ratio. Simply said, if rent covers or almost covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded and you won't need to explain yourself to a loan officer who's never filed a Schedule C. Start building your real estate legacy today. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE right now. Or visit cakehome.com to learn why life's better with Cake.
Xcel Energy loves that the tree you want to plant is for birding. But before you start identifying warblers or digging up the perfect spot, you need to call 811 to ensure your project doesn't hit any underground utility lines. But while we've all mixed up a brown-headed cowbird and a gray catbird, you don't want to get shovels and utility lines mixed up together. Contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig to ensure your projects avoid any underground utility lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/811.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're definitely going to be late for kickoff. We should be at the game by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I've got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple of towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We missed tailgating because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas. Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the whole first quarter.
Football fans, download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEASON25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code SEASON25.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
There is one Denver Bronco who doesn't seem all that pleased with maybe how he's currently being valued by his front office. And he's someone that is, in theory, in line for a contract extension with the Broncos, maybe just not as far to the front of the line as he would hope. And that is John Franklin Myers. He has gone on social media over the last couple of months, I would say, and been pretty vocal, Stoke, about his desire for a new contract, what he thinks he's worth, and he's paid. He actually quoted one of our station's videos on Twitter of Zach and Phil talking about JFM being kind of this like under-the-radar guy who's up for an extension, but we don't talk about as much. And, you know, at first it's like, hey, I love my brothers, we can all eat, and that's cool, and that's great, and maybe that's true. But it started to take like a little bit of a shift. He went on Twitter, and someone tweeted about him saying, John Franklin Myers has to be the most underappreciated D lineman in the league. 5 straight seasons of 50-plus pressures, and I'd put my money on him making it 6 this season. Can't wait to see the D-line dominate on Sundays this year. Here's how he characterized his standing with the team right now. Underappreciated and underpaid, said John Franklin Myers. But numbers won't lie. I'd bet my money, too, if I were you. Almost time to go be great again. So I don't want to go so far as to say he's like disgruntled and frustrated and, stomping his foot at the situation, but I think he clearly recognizes where his pecking order is when it comes to contract extensions. Stoke, why aren't we talking about JFM more when it comes to these contract extension talks this offseason?
Yeah, he's not happy about it, right? I mean,
clearly,
you can
yeah.
So, that's a good question because he's a really good player. Because I think Zach Allen plays the same position as him, and he had a better year.
Yep.
And he's also up for a contract extension. He has 1 year left on his contract. So you have two defensive linemen kind of in similar situations, both really good. One had a little bit better year than the other guy. So maybe that's why we're not talking about him as much as we're talking about Zach Allen. We were talking about Courtland Sutton the most because Courtland took a stance last year.
Said he wasn't going to play on his $14 million.
And he got rewarded with incentives. And so it was almost like there was a handshake agreement that we'll revisit it next year for you. That's why he was kind of in the front of the line. So now you got three defensive linemen with Benito, Franklin Myers, and now now Zach Allen also. You got three of them on the D-line, two play defensive tackles. So I don't know, why he's at the back of the line. But certainly he had they all three did when you look at Benito, Allen, and Franklin Myers. So it's one of those things where I don't know if the Broncos are going to be able to take care of everyone. And should they take care of everyone? Sometimes you got to play out the last year of contract.
Yep.
I mean, life's not fair. You're making, $8 million this year almost, $7.3 million. Sometimes you got to play out your contract, right?
Yep.
You can't pay everybody if you're the Denver Broncos.
The definition of a contract is that you are paid for certain services over a length of time. Now, extensions, you don't like to always run it out. But to your point, Stoke, sometimes you just got to finish the deal that you signed, and then maybe, if it works out, you sign a new one. That's just life. And where I disagree a little bit with John Franklin Myers is not that he loves his brothers, because I believe that he does. I don't think everybody's going to be able to eat. Not when you're talking about the dollar amount and the volume of the contracts that the Broncos are going to have to hand out. Courtland Sutton is the first one. Nick Benito, you would assume at some point, even if it's like, toward the end of this season, maybe all the way to next offseason if they really say, hey, we want you to prove it. And then Zach Allen at some point during that time span as well. And to your point there, Zach Allen, top 100 player in the NFL, voted on by his peers. JFM hasn't appeared on this list so far. My gut says he's probably not on it, and that shouldn't be the end-all, be-all when it comes to it. But you've got a pretty bright light in front of you that's kind of shining a little bit more than you. What I would say, not in defense, but maybe as an alternative viewpoint on JFM is, Stoke, is he maybe kind of an underrated good signing to prioritize if it allows you to pay more guys? He's going to be cheaper probably on the extension front than a Zach Allen and certainly than a Nick Benito, but Zach Allen plays the same position. So is there a world where maybe JFM, by being the slightly smaller star who plays the same position as Zach Allen, has a chance to get a deal?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. We see that stuff all the time. We saw it here in 2015, the Super Bowl year. Two defensive tackles, Derek Wolfe, Malik Jackson.
Yeah.
They tried to get them both done. Wolfe took the deal. Malik Jackson didn't, right? So Malik Jackson leaves in free agency, and Derek Wolfe stays here. So it was a similar situation then. So this might be a situation where the Broncos let this thing go into the season and try to see which one they can get the best deal done with. So we could see that the possibility of that happening. You got three guys, though, so it's a little bit tricky in this situation. Do you let all three play out? Do you try to sign both of your defensive tackles, just one of them, or do you just make them all play it out? So it's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds because all three of them had really good years last year. They really did. So how do the Broncos prioritize it is going to be interesting to see here as we move forward in camp. Got the first player done yesterday in Courtland Sutton. How do they handle the three defensive guys?
Yeah, and unfortunately for JFM, when it comes to that pecking order, it's not just the contract extensions that are going to be handled this offseason, with Courtland Sutton as the first one. So they paid DJ Jones not that long ago on a handful. Another defensive lineman there in the center of the defense that just kind of continues to add dollars to that room, and there's only so much that you can allocate to various positions on a roster. You got to build a complete football team.
Well, Well, I think here moving forward, you're right. You don't want to put like tons of money into one certain position. But if you look at and you're prioritizing, okay, where can we spend money? The defensive line is a good
the trenches
spot
are
to start.
hard to overspend on.
Defensive line, offensive line, spend your money there, which they have spent on the offensive line, and they're going to probably spend on the defensive line. The other thing to remember here moving forward is Bo Nix, Russell Wilson. Okay, Russell's done after this year. We're done with him.
Yep.
We're free and clear. No more debt from Russell Wilson, salary cap wise, right?
Hallelujah.
So now what can we do? We can take advantage of Bo Nix's rookie deal.
Correct.
And now you have a lot of money to spend for the next couple years on other positions. So you can load up. And the Broncos have the resources to be able to give big signing bonuses, spread things out throughout the life of the contract. So the Broncos are in a really good position moving forward. So if they want to get all three of these deals done, guess what? They can get them done. And they'll be fine. So it's going to be interesting to see what it looks like now that Courtland Sutton has gotten his deal done. How do they handle the defensive line and those three guys?
That rookie contract quarterback window is the sweet spot. That's the moving back in with mom and dad, staying on the family cell phone plan.
Right.
You can spend a little bit more and have a little bit more fun. But as you alluded to, that mortgage is going to come due. They got a big house they're going to move into in about 3 or 4 years that is going to significantly limit what they can do financially. Coming up on the other side, there is a position group within this Denver Broncos roster that is already having its depth tested in kind of a significant way. We'll discuss what it means for the rest of their offseason coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? We got a golf tournament going on. My friends at Embers Living are putting on a golf tournament Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are 9:45. It's a shotgun start, and they got so many giveaways. It's going to be so much fun. They're giving away a pizza oven, and you get free dinner on Saturday night. You also get Oakley's polos, breakfast burritos, free balls, free hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers gift card. It's 2-man teams. It's going to be an absolute blast. August 22nd and August 23rd. You can register today at embersgolf.com. My friends at Ember Living, they're bringing the heat with the Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat, infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience, and don't forget about the golf tournament. August 22nd and August 23rd. You can register at embersgolf.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
If you're dealing with constant tiredness, you're fighting a losing battle, your job, your relationships, your daily life, it's all affected. But you don't have to live like that. Get your life back with TRT at Low T Center. Regaining your energy is regaining your life. Know your testosterone level in minutes, then choose between at-home treatments or in-center care. It's never been easier to get started on TRT right now. The T-test is free, but time is running out. Don't wait. Go to fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com and make an appointment today.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Kwiat Diamonds, a legacy of brilliance since 1907.
We're proud at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood to have been chosen as Colorado's exclusive Kwiat diamond jeweler.
From Kwiat's Mine to Shine diamond, the natural diamond cut, polished, and designed just for you.
To Kwiat's red carpet collections of designer jewelry, including American Beauty, Lyric, and Kwiat Star. They're all here.
Kwiat diamond rings and diamond studs, Kwiat diamond bracelets, and Riviera necklaces have long been the toast of Fifth Avenue.
Because Kwiat's whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamonds cut to the world's highest standards.
I'm Dylan Williams. Shayna and I invite you to come experience the breathtaking beauty of Kwiat diamond jewelry for yourself.
Or the one you love.
For the American beauty in your life.
At Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs, so use Revive now.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
We are live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for Broncos Training Camp 2025. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans again, alongside Brandon Stokley. And Stoke, depth is already something that we questioned about one particular position on the Broncos roster going into 2025, and already within the first week of training camp, it feels like some of those questions, fears, speculation, etc., are kind of coming to life. I'm talking about the inside linebacker room for the Denver Broncos. Alex Singleton coming off of an ACL injury that he suffered early in the 2024 season. He is back and cleared, it looks like, from that, but as of yesterday, dealing with a little bit of a hand issue. He broke his thumb. We saw him walk off the field with a trainer yesterday. He was taking his glove off and kind of checking it out. We get the update after practice that he has a broken thumb. He's probably going to miss about a week, maybe 10 days or so before they can wrap it up, club it up, and he can get back out there for practice. We also got an update on a little bit more significant of an injury, which happened to current backup inside linebacker Drew Sanders. Here's the update from Shawn.
Just on Drew, because there's been a lot written. The news for us was good news in that it's a ligament in his foot and it's not a tendon. What does that mean? It's going to be certainly north of 4 to 6 weeks, but the tendon was what we were concerned about. So I'm not going to try to spell it, but the ligament repair is a much easier one than that of a tendon. So we were all pretty happy with that. I'll update you when we get a timeline. And there have been some cases where there's surgery, some where there's not. And I think he's doing the right thing right now, kind of exploring those options.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's great news on Drew Sanders. Obviously, he had Achilles last year, made him miss most of the season. And so it looked like it could be the similar case this year with his foot injury. So sounds like, 4, 6, 8 weeks type of injury. You got to realize, I mean, we still have how many weeks until we even play a football game? 5 weeks or so? I mean,
a regular season game? Yeah, because
game.
preseason starts in like 3 weeks.
Yeah, a regular season game. I mean, you're talking about 5, 6 weeks, something like that. So you got time still. So if it's going to happen, you want it to happen now. They got good news on him, which is a huge positive. And then we saw Alex Singleton walk off yesterday, to your point, and very concerning because, he had the ACL last year. And
played the whole game on it, basically.
Right, and you're wondering, okay, well, what's going on here? Did he re-injure the ACL? I don't care if you're walking off the field. We've seen guys walk off the field before, and then we get news on, torn ACL.
Yeah.
Right? So that was a little bit scary there, watching him, take his helmet off and go into the locker room with the doctor. So good news there. Broken thumb. I mean, easy for me to say.
Sure,
it's not my thumb. But it could have been a lot worse when you see a guy walking into the locker room coming off an ACL midway through practice. So good news there. Be out 7, 10 days, maybe 14 days, whatever the case may be. We've got time to deal with injury like that. And then Drew Sanders, I was fearing worst-case scenario where it might be a 3 to 4 month type of thing.
Yeah.
He might be out for the year. And now it looks like maybe it's 4, 6, 8 weeks type of injury. But you're right, Richie. Inside linebacker room, all of a sudden you look up, it's like, okay. That looked like a strength, the depth there, to start this training camp off. But now you look up and you got 2 guys banged up. I expect them to start bringing guys in for some workouts, right, where you bring in 3 or 4 veteran guys. It happened to me in Baltimore, happened to me in Seattle. All of a sudden you look up, you're going to have some veteran inside linebackers working out. Broncos might sign 1 or 2 of them.
You kind of almost have to look in that direction, right? Because you have your 2 starters in Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw on paper right now, both of which are coming off of pretty significant lower body injuries, and then your key backup in Drew Sanders, who was kind of going to be that 3rd or 4th utility piece that you can work in there, now has something that could keep him out up to 2 months and maybe bleed over into potentially the first month or so of the regular season. And then behind that, you got Justin Strnad, who's been around for a few years. He's got experience and comfortability maybe as far as being a Denver Bronco, but I don't think there's been many moments where we've just been like overwhelmingly excited or blown away by what we've gotten from Strnad at the linebacker position. And then you got Lavelle Bailey as well, but that's pretty thin, man.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about what the ceiling of this Broncos defense could be if they have competent to above average inside linebacker play, given the front 4 or so that they have in front and their pass rush, and then the secondary behind them, it makes a big difference if they don't have a hole in the middle like we've seen them have over the last handful of years. So I agree with you. I think this is probably a time where you got to start bringing in some bodies, some names. Wasn't that essentially what happened with Cody Barton last season? He was brought in as a part of the response to Alex Singleton.
And he played well.
Yeah.
Played really well.
Yeah.
Right?
And they love him in Tennessee. I've been seeing people post about him from training camp with the Titans and being a ball hawk and all that. And you
don't have to find a superstar.
Yeah.
That's the thing is, when you can put a piece in, just find a good veteran piece around a great defense, that's all you need. And here's what else you got to remember, Richie, is guess what? This party hasn't even started yet. I mean, we put on pads for the first time yesterday, and we got 2 inside linebackers hurt already. So, you follow me?
Yeah.
Like, we still have another month or so left of training camp. We still got 3 preseason games. We still got scrimmages against the 49. I mean, we got a lot of stuff that's going to be happening, and and we already down 2 guys. So you have to prepare for maybe some more injuries when it comes. And guess what those guys do every play?
Thump.
They hit. So,
Put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I'm just trying to tell you the truth. I mean, you got to protect yourself in this situation. And right now, there'll be some good inside linebackers available for you to go out there and get some veteran guys. We did the same thing here with the Broncos in 2012. All of a sudden, we picked up Keith Brookings, and he ended up being great for us.
2012, that's a good pull.
So they got some. They'll have some good guys available, and I expect them to bring a couple. I expect them probably, to your point, maybe sign 2 inside linebackers here pretty soon.
Yeah, because what's the worst case scenario? You bring a couple guys in. If they both feel like they're great fits, maybe you adjust the roster and you tweak it. If not, as you said, there's time. There's still a lot of time and a lot of things have to be done, but that also means there's time to brainstorm and practice out some solutions to that depth issue that it seems like is forming. You are somewhat of a learned doctor yourself, the cardiac, the Cajun cardiologist, I guess. So I feel a little bit better about the fact that you have.
Cajun cardiologist.
Well, yeah, you're not an expert on some of this injury stuff, but you got a degree.
Yeah,
you got a degree.
All right.
So I feel better about you saying, when it comes to Drew Sanders and the difference between the tendon and the ligament issues and Alex Singleton and the ability to kind of just club it up. So I feel a little bit better about that, but not good enough to maybe ignore some of the warning lights that are already going off with that inside linebacker room. You guys had a conversation yesterday that maybe this is actually why Mike Evans took off today, was I think he had some thoughts on Deion Sanders and what his press conference was going to mean yesterday, and it turned out to be a little bit more than just fodder for a Netflix documentary. We'll get into it coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Plumbing problems are never fun, but I find them extra aggravating in the summer. It's supposed to be a relaxing time, vacations. Plumbing issues are a real hassle, but they happen, which is why I recommend Copperhead Plumbing. Been serving Colorado since 2007. Local, licensed, and focused on quality work done right the first time. Your home's plumbing works overtime in the summer. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From water heater consulting to repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered. That loud bang when your sprinkler switches zones, it's more than annoying. It could be damaging your pipes. Copperhead Plumbing specializes in diagnosing and solving water hammer issues. I highly recommend the Moen Flow Smart Water Shutoff System. Monitors your entire home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Whether you're on vacation or at work, you'll get notified of leaks the moment they happen. This will give you valuable peace of mind and potentially save you thousands of dollars. This is just a small sampling of what Copperhead Plumbing can do for you. Avoid the fall scheduling crunch. Call now, 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
What's the biggest mistake you could make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, "I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier." Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Quitters! This is a story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
We heard from the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes yesterday, Coach Prime, for the first time really since like Big 12 Media Day when he was out there, and obviously there were questions about his health situations and things that he had been kind of very dormant and quiet about, very not normal for him and how he carries himself and operates that program. He didn't really want to talk about it at Big 12 Media Day down in Dallas, but he called a press conference yesterday, put it out on his social media. The school released it. We signed up an RSVP to be in attendance. Our own Trent Finnegan and Danilo Piro, a couple of CU Buff alums, were on scene kind of covering everything for us at DenverSports.com. Great young men, that's right. And now, it wasn't just Coach Prime, though. It was CU's assistant athletic trainer, Lauren Askevold, and his doctor who was helping him preside over some of these issues, whose name is Janet Kukreha. They sat and flanked Prime on each side and basically were there to help walk through what ultimately was revealed was a battle for Coach Prime with bladder cancer, Stoke. So not necessarily just fluff piece B-roll for the Netflix doc, but it's clearly something he was going through to a pretty significant degree. They walked through the timeline of events. Lauren Askevold basically walked through and said, hey, he goes in, Prime does regularly for vascularity checks because he's got blood clotting stuff. And so he goes regularly to the doctor for that. And during one of those checkups, his doctor called him and said, hey, I think I'm going to need to refer you to a urologist, which they did. And then in a matter of days, Coach Prime gets the paperwork on the table that says, hey, you've got a bladder tumor and we need to remove it. So they go through all of that process. He goes under the knife. It was supposedly and reportedly a pretty in and out, easy thing to remove. And then Dr. Janet kind of made the announcement as to where the results stand right now.
We did discuss options. We discussed some options of treatment in the bladder, and we discussed bladder removal as well. Given his commitments to his family and to the team, elected to undergo a bladder removal. We performed a full robot-assisted laparoscopic bladder removal and creation of a new bladder. And I am pleased to report that the results from the surgery are that he is cured from the cancer.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, scary situation anytime that you're dealing with something like that. So we didn't know quite what it was. Found out yesterday.
Yeah.
Seems like he's doing good, and everything is moving forward in a positive direction, which is awesome, right? I mean, certainly, you know, when you talk about sports and you talk about life and health, it's that's a whole nother conversation. So glad Dion is feeling much better. It looks like he's doing really well, and looking forward to the season, and hopefully, you know, there's no complications from this, and he's able to move forward and you know, live a healthy life.
As a part of all of this and everything that he's been going through, I think there were questions, I'm sure, amongst the fan base, amongst some of us here in town, and this is coming off of the kind of ongoing health saga that he's had since coming to Boulder with the vascularity issues and clotting. He's had some issues with his toes and things of that nature, and there was like legitimate questions, is he going to be able to stand on the sideline over the course of an entire college football game just because of some of the physical demands and limitations that his body is going under. But when asked about it, Coach Prime said essentially there was never a doubt he was returning to continue to be the head coach of the Buffs.
It was never in my spirit, in my heart, that God wouldn't allow me to coach again. That's never thought like that. You know, it's just that I didn't want to be running down to the hospital once a week when I got all this on my plate. I didn't want that, and I was even like, okay, can they bring one of the machines and put them in the office? Then I'm serious, like dead serious. Like, can they,
We had a lot of conversations.
give it a lot of conversation. And Doc would look at me like, he is crazy.
No.
Yes, you are. I saw it in your eyes. He is crazy. Is he like this when he coached? Yeah. But we worked it out.
And I'll just say, Stoke, when you have these public figures, especially in the sports world, be it players, be it coaches, you know, it even probably extends beyond that. When you're associated with professional sports, we put such a spotlight on these guys, and there's such a demand and pressure to perform, and it's just as much an entertainment business as it is a meritocracy, and it's this weird kind of nebulous place to be in, something that you're obviously very familiar with as a former athlete yourself. And I just got to say, I think Coach Prime, with this press conference yesterday, man, I think he handled it with a lot of grace. I mean, this was clearly something that was stressful and scary and probably disheartening in a lot of ways for him, given everything that he's got going on. And I really think this was a moment where his personality, you hear him laughing and joking there with the assistant athletic trainer, and you guys think I'm crazy and this and that. I just think he really handled this with a lot of grace, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, anytime you're going through something like this, it's a scary situation. And I think Dion's done so much for CU these last couple years. It's been so much fun to follow him and what he's been able to do and how he's turned that program around. And now he's dealing with something you just hope the best for him. So it seems like he's moving forward in a good direction and is able to be out on the football field, be out there for camp and all those things, which is great. It's a new chapter now. No more Shedeur or Travis. What is the program going to look like moving forward? You want him to be a part of it. So great news that he's healthy now and going to be able to go forward feeling close to 100%. And he looked good and it seemed like he got really good news there. So looking forward to Dion being out on the sideline again, and hopefully the Buffs have another really good year.
I love it, man. Boulder has no doubt been better, more fun, more exciting, and has so much more to play for with Coach Prime in the city and on the sidelines. And it looks like, at least for now, there are very few more roadblocks to continuing that. Coming up next, Mike Klis, our 9 News Broncos insider, will join us to update us on all of the news we got yesterday, from Courtland Sutton's extension to some injury updates in the inside linebacker room, and his overall observations after the first day of pads here at Broncos training camp. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, guys, if those little blue pills just aren't working, if erectile dysfunction is wrecking your confidence and putting way too much stress on your relationship, time to make the jump to the big leagues and schedule a consult with my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. Well, with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they practice better medicine, which is why they are the leader in treating men's health issues here in Colorado. I've been helped for low testosterone by the folks at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I can tell you, not only are they experts, they know their stuff, of course, but they are incredibly caring and compassionate, knowing that this is a sensitive issue and first step you're taking. Key is not to put it off any longer. It's amazing, but on average, men wait a year or more before doing something about their ED. Let's get it started today. Schedule a consult, just $99, includes a blood T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Injured in an accident? Call Postman Law. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients, fighting and winning nationwide. Others promise, Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Progressive knows RV owners like to travel at a nice, relaxing pace. Just like this commercial. They're not rushing to a departure gate at the airport, because they depart from their driveway. And they can relax even more knowing they're protected by Progressive. Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
You've seen the headlines, heard the debates.
The three-point ball has created a monotonous rhythm to the game, and others...
Has the three-pointer ruined basketball? And how did we get here?
The rise of the three-point shot can be partially traced to an eccentric Kansas genius named Martin Manley,
whose story didn't turn out quite the way he imagined.
I decided I wanted to have one of the most organized goodbyes in history.
30 for 30 podcast presents
Chasing Basketball Heaven.
Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Xcel Energy wants to remind you, if you see a downed power line, think of it as a sleeping cat. One that will definitely scratch you if you wake it up. But it's more dangerous than that, so maybe a sleeping tiger. You know what? Just imagine any downed power line you see is a sleeping T-Rex and stay at least 30 feet away. Or, well, maybe more than 30 feet. It's a T-Rex. Always stay 30 feet or more away from downed power lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/safety.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples, that was easy.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
We are live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for Broncos Training Camp 2025, which means it is only human nature that we have to bring in our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Klis, joining us right now on the hotline. Mike, good to talk to you, my friend. I am curious about your initial thoughts after the first day of pads with training camp and how you think overall, from a physicality standpoint and how the offense is matching up with the defense, that this team looks through about the first week, including the acclimation period of training camp.
Yeah, it looks like a good team. You know, they're gonna have to stay healthy, and you know they'll need a break or two in those close games. You know, the difference between a good season and a bad season sometimes is, you know, down to the wire the last couple minutes of the fourth quarter. You know, you need a field goal to bounce off the upright, you know, the other team. But it looks like a good team. I think Greenlaw brings a presence. Singleton, you know, having Singleton and Greenlaw back, you know, had a little hiccup there with Singleton yesterday with the broken thumb. But I thought having those two guys back at inside linebacker really made a difference from what I saw. So that was the biggest thing. And, you know, Ingram is going to be a weapon in the middle of the field. And then when Cortland was sitting out and watching, You saw guys like Troy Franklin get more reps and look good, and Marvin Mims get more reps and look good. So, all in all, I think Bo's going to have more weapons, and I think those inside linebackers are going to make it a better defense.
Mike, Courtland Sutton's contract got done yesterday. What's next for the Denver Broncos? Could we be hearing about another extension here soon for Greenlaw? Not for Greenlaw, Benito, John Franklin Myers, or Zach Allen?
Yeah, I don't know about JFM. I know he's kicking and screaming a little bit on social media, and that doesn't hurt, generally speaking. It didn't hurt Courtland, right? I mean, Courtland protested a year ago, and he got the deal done. I do think it's Benito and Zach Allen. They're talking to those guys. I don't think anything is imminent. Maybe later. I would say Benito's got the same agent that Surtain had, and they got it done, 4 or 5 days before the opener, the regular season opener for Surtain last year. So I would think maybe something like that might happen with Benito. And Zach Allen, I'm not sure where he is. It'd be Benito, then Zach Allen. Zach Allen might be into the season, have to wait and see. But right now, I think Rich Hurtado's and George on negotiations probably want to catch their breath for a week or so.
Mike Klis, our 9 News Broncos insider, joining us on the hotline now. Mike, given the update that we got from Drew Sanders yesterday about tendons versus ligaments and preferring one over the other, plus Alex Singleton with his broken thumb, and Dre Greenlaw coming off of some pretty significant injuries in his own NFL career, is there maybe a chance that we see the Broncos try to bring in some bodies and possibly explore some depth options for an inside linebacker room that's already, at this point in camp, dealing with the injury bug?
Yeah, I mean, that's back-to-back hits at inside linebacker. And, Singleton's only going to be out a week. But, I wouldn't be surprised if they do look at some inside linebackers' bodies to bring in at the back end of the roster. I mean, they still have Sternat. You'll see Sternat out there in Singleton's place today and for the rest of the week. And then Lavelle Bailey, I think, would be one of the subs in. They gave decent money to Kareem Reed, an inside linebacker from Utah, as an undrafted rookie. He had a knee. He twisted his knee at the Senior Bowl and missed OTAs and minicamp with a knee injury. But he's been back and fully healthy in training camp. So I think he might move up. They got a couple other undrafted rookies too. But yeah, I think maybe they might look at a body or two at inside linebacker. It's funny. 2 injuries, both at the same position, and at the position where there was injury question marks going in anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully no more injuries there when it comes to the inside linebacker room. Mike, talk about the running back room. Seeing J.K. Dobbins get most of the first-team reps there, a little bit of R.J. Harvey. How do you think that rotation is going to go? Do you think it's going to be J.K. Dobbins getting the first carry once we open up this season and him and R.J. Harvey kind of splitting that role?
Yes, J.K. Dobbins, I do think, is going to be the 1A. Harvey looks like he's going to get a lot of snaps in the passing game. Like they want to use him as a receiver, as a safety valve. And Dobbins is good in pass pro, but not necessarily in receiving. I do think Harvey will move up, and I think Jaleel then will be the number 3 back where he gets a couple series a game, maybe 1 series each half. And that's the way it seems to work. Estime is down the line. It looks like Bidet is ahead of Estime at least some days. So, it's definitely Dobbins 1 and Harvey 2, and then Jaleel 3. That's the way it looks.
Mike, observing Bo Nix as the Broncos quarterback from last offseason through last season and now into 2025 training camp as we are here this summer, how have you seen the potential growth, development, and maybe even maturation of Bo Nix start to unfold in your interactions and observations with him?
Yeah, he is more mature. He's more certain of himself, more assured. That's what I've noticed. He's got a more calm about him, greater poise about him, and I think that's reflective of the way he runs the huddle, the whole team. If he's at peace and he's calm, then the guys he's leading are going to be calm too. He's talked about how he knows the routine of practice. He knows where to show up and those kind of things. So everything looks good. He's throwing the ball. I asked him the other day if he's throwing it with a little more velocity. It looks like he's got a little more zip on the ball. And, he does a lot of elaborate pregame and warm-up, isometrics and all that kind of stuff. Saw Tom House. He doesn't know if he's throwing the ball any harder because he says he doesn't measure or track it. But it looks to me like he's throwing the ball well.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate your insight as always. We will see you here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, in the very near future, I would imagine. And if you hurry, you can get out here and finish up some barefoot warm-up drills with Brandon Jones out here on the practice field.
I've seen him do that. That's something he's done a long time, along with Mac Hollins, the receiver.
Oh yeah,
he was
Buffalo
with the Dolphins last year. They're both into the barefoot thing. I think Evan Ingram is a little bit too.
Love it. Well, thank you, Mike. We appreciate it. We'll catch you up here in about an hour or so when you get here.
See you guys.
All right, coming up next, we got confirmation yesterday, I think, of a pretty major change here in Broncos country. I'll explain next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit willheightwins.com and win big with Will Height.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable, all summer long for quality work done right the first time. Trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Feeling good out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for Broncos Training Camp 2025. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans alongside Brandon Stokley. And Stoke, I am of the belief that we got confirmation yesterday from Shawn Payton about a major change that has happened and should continue to happen here in Broncos country. And that is the perception of this team internally within the building, externally around the league, has already, after just a rookie season with Bo Nix, shifted in a majorly positive way. I think that the way that this team operated on the tail end of Pat Boland's reign here in Denver, and obviously the declining health issues that he had and the tutelage that he had to slowly but surely kind of step away from, it really put this team in a bad spot. There was dysfunction with the Game of Thrones style ownership saga, and you got the blood of the city versus the sisters and all of that stuff. That's now gone. They have the richest owner in professional sports, and somebody that clearly is not treating owning a professional sports franchise like the Broncos as a pet project or a tax write-off or just a business venture. You've got competency in the front office with George Payton. They bring in a head coach who knows what the hell he's doing and has pelts on the wall, elite by some people's standards, and now they have a quarterback. And things are shifting in a pretty significant way, in my opinion. Is that how you view it thus far?
Oh, gosh, yeah. I mean, a lot of positives surrounding this organization right now. You had the transition in ownership, a few years ago, and you had to find a coach after that. You had to figure out the coaching situation because you can't go every couple years looking for a new coach. And they were able to do that. They found the right guy. And Shawn Payton and George Payton work great together. I mean, it's pretty obvious. They've done a great job of developing this team.
There was a lot of speculation that they wouldn't, right? That Shawn Payton's kind of a pushy guy and a bulldozer, and George Payton, that he would want things one way and Shawn Payton one other. And it really hasn't been that way.
No, it hasn't.
Your narrative.
You don't ever know how two people are going to work together, right? And I think Shawn needs a certain guy, a certain personality to work with, and it looks like they are a great match, and they work really well together, and you can see it. I mean, the proof is in the roster, right? And so when you look at a guy like Shawn, like what kind of players does he want? And George has been able to find those guys, and Shawn's been able to go out there and develop them, and then you got to find a quarterback. Right, ultimately, you got to also find a quarterback, and they were able to do that last year. So, look, I mean, come on, a lot of positives here, not many negatives surrounding this Broncos team right now with what they've been able to do the last couple years. And now, it's year 2 for Bo, year 3 for Shawn. You had a lot of success last year. I mean, the challenge comes: can you continue to do it?
Yeah.
Can you continue to play at that level now when expectations are high? Expectations around this organization are high because there have been so many positives. Now can you continue to do it when you're not the underdog and people aren't going to overlook you?
It's clearly the way that I feel about the shift that's taken place here in Denver. It's how you feel. And when Shawn Payton took the podium, he essentially confirmed a lot of that stuff yesterday by saying, listen, we know from experience just this past offseason, guys want to be here now.
No, there's a fist pump on the way home in my car, and then it's business. So it's part of it is the movement of the program. You're seeing where this is a place where guys want to be. It's just an affirmation or like, hey, we're heading in the right direction. Part of that's the quarterback. Players are smart today. They want to go where they are. These things in place, and I think 2 years ago, I don't know that we win that battle.
Oh, was that a shot at Russ?
Yeah, probably.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean,
of course it was.
If he was going to take a shot, if he was going to take a shot at anybody, it would be Russ.
I mean, he was talking about the quarterback position. He said 2 years ago, I don't know if people would have came here because of who we had at the quarterback spot. Now they look at that stuff, and it matters. Of course it matters who your quarterback is. And when you got a young one, that's attractive to free agents and players. But I think also what's attractive is look at what's going on here. I mean, you got a brand-new facility going up, resources, the money, the commitment from ownership. That's where it starts.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have a winning culture? Are you willing to put the resources into your team, organization to try to win? And obviously that's 2 thumbs up, a yes for the Denver Broncos. Do you have the coach? Do you have the general manager in place? Yes. And then so it's just a trickle-down effect, right? And the Broncos, here's a great thing, man. They really have all those boxes checked. I mean, it's been so long since you could say that where you have ownership, you have front office, you have head coach, and then you have quarterback. All of those boxes are checked, and that's a great luxury to have if you're an organization. But yeah, for free agents or players, obviously first thing first, you want to get paid, right? You want to get paid. You want your money. But also you look at the other things. If that money's close, or if you're looking for a championship and you've already gotten paid a couple times, now all those other things matter a lot. But certainly a lot of positives, again, of where the Broncos are at now. I mean, we had so many lean negative years, Richie. I mean, I got on the radio in 2016. That was 9-7. Then every year after that was losers. Losing season, losing record. So it's finally nice to be able to be here at training camp and talk about the previous year where they were winners. And we're not just making this up. We're not just looking for positives. Positives are everywhere right now for the Denver Broncos.
It wasn't just losing either, to your point, after the 2016 season where they went 9-7 with Trevor Siemian. They were bad, and it was like ugly. Like under Vance Joseph, I believe it was the 2017 season, they were the most blown-out team in football. They had like the largest loss points margin in the NFL. And then from 2018, you know, they start this cycle of trying to pick up free agent quarterback who's like a reclamation project. Case Keenum has the, Miracle in Minneapolis, and he's going to come do it here because they didn't get Kirk Cousins, and then it's Flacco, and then you lock in Teddy, and all of that stuff, and all the backups because of injuries that had to play. They weren't just losing, they were losing bad. And the stars didn't align in terms of ownership, front office, head coach, and quarterback in that order. It was a little bit jumbled and out of place, and that kind of prolonged this period before they could finally get the ship turned around. But Bo Nix being that final star to come into alignment for the Broncos, and you've seen just how quickly, once all those things line up, bang, they're back in the playoffs.
A little astrology from you, right?
Yeah. It's like Orion's belt, right? Like 1, 2, 3. I think.
What kind of belt?
Orion's belt. That's a constellation.
Oh. Gotcha.
The Archer.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you. Well, yesterday Evans was talking about something he read.
UFOs.
I don't know. It was something in
Hostile alien
November.
threats.
November, we all might be done. So if you got plans in November, I would hold off on making them. Don't put down the down payment yet. So.
If there's one thing we've learned about Mike Evans over this past summer, it's that any opportunity he's going to have plans, he's going to take them.
Yeah.
So he's probably selfishly frustrated about the fact that his Thanksgiving November plans are now potentially ruined by angry aliens.
He's moving all his
Thanks
plans
a lot,
up.
Mike.
He's moving them all up. That's why he's taking all his vacation time
This was
now.
actually supposed to be in November, this time off.
Smart
So
by
he's-
him, actually. Actually, that's a vet move by him. No, I mean, it really has a structure of what's going on from the top down. It's look, 2 thumbs up here, man. So it's first day of full pads yesterday. I thought overall a really good practice, not a long practice, but a really good practice. I was looking at R.J. Harvey. I was watching him run the ball a couple times, and it's hard to tell because they're not tackling and things like that. But he stood out to me a little bit. He's got a little bit of a burst.
I like the way he moves.
He can get around the edge, get around that outside and put his foot in the ground and get going. We haven't had that a lot here where you got a guy. I mean, he's built like a bowling ball.
Yep.
I mean, it feels like he's almost your size, like 5'2", 250, 250, just low center, low mass, bowling
Tree
ball,
trunks.
tree trunk legs, right? Don't get in this guy's way, but he can move. Some of those bowling balls, they don't have a burst, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't have a burst. We know that. There's no burst with you. You're just a bowling ball. But he is a bowling ball with a burst. Make sense?
That's basically the only thing that separates R.J. Harvey and I is
Yes.
a burst.
Yes.
If I put on pads if none of us are moving and I put on pads, people are like, that's just the white R.J. Harvey.
There he is right there. Is that R.J. Harvey? Nope. Nope.
That's a different kind of white shadow.
Yes, exactly. His legs are a little bit bigger. You got big legs, but his legs are huge.
No,
he is put together. So, but that physique, that physique is like usually you don't have a burst. Usually you don't have that home run gear.
Yeah.
And it looks like he has that. So I can't wait to watch him when it becomes real football.
Yeah.
Right? They're not tackling him to the ground, so we can't tell what tackles he's going to break or not. But he's going to be fun to – I'll tell you what, he's going to be fun to watch this year. I think he's going to be a great draft pick.
He is built, to your point, to me, in that mold of like the Maurice Jones-Drew, Doug Martin, the muscle hamster type of vibe.
Whatever
where
he hits, he destroys.
it kind of does look that way so far during training camp. He's got pop, he's got burst, and Sean Payton clearly has a vision for him both as a rusher and a passer. They also, the Broncos, have a vision clearly for Courtland Sutton, who signed his extension yesterday and may now be a Bronco for life. You will hear from Courtland Sutton and his head coach about what it means for the future coming up next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Courtland Sutton?
Do we realize that Courtland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Declare your independence from interest, payments, and down payments at the Summer of Freedom sales event at Siltahar Motors. Freedom from interest with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles. Freedom from payments for 90 days. Freedom from down payments on a new lease with zero money down and starting at just $399 a month. Choose from hundreds of cars on the lot from Ford, Lincoln, Volvo, and Mazda, and you can view all of Siltahar's inventory for new and pre-owned from their 5 dealerships at sthmotors.com. sthmotors.com is where you get an instant estimate on your monthly payment. Submit for a trade value assessment. Apply for credit. Chat with a sales sales rep directly about all your questions, even get your new car delivered right to your front door. It's the Summer of Freedom sales event, free from interest, free from upfront payments. Cruise into summer at Silterhar Motors today at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire selection at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors, where you get everything you want from a dealership.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Man, look at that return of the old king, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th, streaming on Hulu.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in an artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green light mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You ever get decision paralysis, like figuring out what to watch or what to eat? Well, the same applies if you're hiring. It can be overwhelming to have too many candidates to sort through. But with ZipRecruiter, you can proactively find the best ones quickly. How? Through their innovative resume database. ZipRecruiter's resume database uses advanced filtering to quickly hone in on top candidates for your roles. See someone who stands out? You can unlock their contact info instantly. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Oh, it never gets old. Creed will always and forever be in. Some things just never go out of style. We are live here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It is Broncos Training Camp 2025, and it's a pretty good day, not just for us, but for Broncos wide receiver one, Courtland Sutton, who finally, in this year-long, basically, campaign that he has been working on to sign a contract extension, he finally, Brandon Stokley, gets his answer and an ultimate victory lap yesterday afternoon, about 40 minutes after Shawn Payton said to the media that they were close on a deal. It is announced he signs a 4-year, $92 million contract with $41 million guaranteed, averaging about $23 million per year.
Love it. I absolutely love it. Great job, Denver Broncos, getting that thing done. Didn't want that hanging over their head any longer throughout camp. We're able to get it done. He's the best wide receiver by far. You had the incentives put in his contract last year, and now you get the extension done. So I think this is – and it's not a big boy number, when it comes to
I was
top
just going to say that.
Wide receivers in the league. So I think it was a fair deal for the Broncos and a fair deal for Courtland Sutton. So I think it's a win-win situation here. He gets paid. He's got $41 million of the $92 million guaranteed. So probably you're looking at, for sure, Courtland's going to be around this year, And then 2 more years is kind of what you're probably looking at here for Courtland Sutton, which is a great deal. He's great, man. I mean, he's a great leader. He's a captain. He does all the little things that you want to see from a leader. So a lot of positives there. Great job by the Denver Broncos getting this done.
We see now with Sutton, he will actually do something that he said he wasn't going to do in kind of a roundabout way. He said last offseason he wasn't going to play on his $14 million. Well, he gets the extension, but his payment for this season is going to be that $14 million. He just has all the guarantees and things on the back end. He's getting another $27 million guaranteed. So he gets this year fully guaranteed, and if I read Mike Klis's reporting correctly, he gets all of next season basically fully guaranteed as a part of this, front-loading that guaranteed money, which again points toward a smart deal for the team. Get the guarantees out of the way sooner than later, and then you can bet against maybe production regression and things like that.
That's good.
At $14 million, Stoke, he would have ranked 25th in the NFL for average annual value among the wide receiver positions, behind his former wide receiver 2 in Jerry Jeudy, who's making about $17.5 million with the Cleveland Browns. Now, if you take the $23 million per year average value into account, that puts him at 16th in the NFL. So in terms of there's 32 wide receiver ones in the NFL, he is smack dab in the middle. And that feels to me like a pretty appropriate valuation of where things are at for Sutton. Is that how you view it?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, he's a really good player. He's a really good wide receiver. He's done a lot of really good things for the Denver Broncos. And if you look at his situation here, okay, he had leverage in this situation, but so did the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Okay, they both had leverage. Hey, let's meet. Let's come to an agreement and let's compromise. Both parties probably had to compromise a little bit. And let's get this thing done and let's move forward. And let's not have this as a distraction this year. There's so many positives with the Denver Broncos offensively and Bo Nix and what they were able to do last year. I don't want any distractions. I don't want any kind of drama getting in the way of year 2 of this offense and Bo Nix. And so they took care of it. I think it's a fair deal, right? I really do. Just like you said, it's right there in the middle. Perfect. He's got more guaranteed money on his contract, got the extension done, and now we can all just move forward, especially offensively. And then now you can focus on maybe some of the defensive guys as we move through training camp.
Would you say that it is maybe a team-friendly deal? Because I think in the reaction over the last 24 hours, or not even 24 hours since this has been announced, it's been a little bit of a split reaction amongst the sports world here nationally and locally about this maybe being, you have the James Marilats of the world who naturally are like, you're locking up a lot of guaranteed money and $90 million to a guy who's a one-time Pro Bowler and this and that, and maybe that's something they had to do because they didn't prep for it or whatever. And then you have others who are like, Courtland Sutton should fire his agent for only getting $41 million guaranteed, settling for 16th best pay in the NFL at a position that continues to tick up and up and up. So is there an evaluation of this deal where it comes across maybe more team-friendly than Sutton-friendly?
No, I don't think so. Like I said, I think it's a win-win. I think the Broncos, because you have to look at it, like I said, you have to look at it and say, well, who's got the leverage? Who has the leverage in this situation? Well, Courtland Sutton had some leverage, but once you report to training camp, okay, you lose a lot of leverage there, right?
You're in the building.
You're in the building, so you can't leave now. Right. You can't hold out now. Now, you can try to hold in where you're here and you're not practicing as much, but what kind of real leverage is that? Once the season comes, what are you going to do? You're going to leave? You can't do that. So, but you want Courtland Sutton to be happy. He's one of your leaders. He's done a lot of things right around. He's been here for a long time. And so I think both parties had leverage in this situation, and so that's what it comes down to ultimately in negotiations. And you're telling me he is, he comes in as the 16th highest paid wide receiver when you talk about annual money at around $23 million a year. Okay, I think that's very fair. I think that's a good contract for him. I mean, he's not an all-pro wide receiver, so you're not going to be making $30-35 million a year. So you got a good deal done, and at the same time, like, you have to put yourself in his situation. Do you think he wanted to move? Do you think he wanted to leave?
No.
Do you think he wanted this behind him and be done with it before the season? And all of a sudden someone tells you, Richie, where, hey, guess what? You just got $41 million fully guaranteed. That's not a good deal.
Where do you want me to hide the body?
Yeah, exactly.
That is.
So
I will do whatever you want.
Let's not act like Cortland Sutton is making, $2 million over here. That's a lot of money. Very fair contract. Both sides win here. Cortland can relax now and say, this is where I'm probably going to finish my career, where it started. And the Broncos can say, all right, now we got Bo Nix's number one target locked up for the next 2-3 years and not have to worry about that.
Cortland Sutton posted a video that was repurposed on the Broncos social media account announcing his feelings about the extension that is now inked.
Broncos country, is Cortland Sutton here. Just finished putting ink to paper. Man, it's a blessing to be able to get that contract done and be able to be in Broncos country and to be chasing the Super Bowl. Man, we got an exciting year ahead of us, and we're looking forward to it. Hope y'all are excited. We're excited. We're at training camp getting to work right now. And, yeah, man, hey, go Broncos.
Man, listen, I get that we have had kind of an up-and-down evaluation of Cortland Sutton, which has been part of an up-and-down evaluation of the Broncos as a whole, given the roller coaster they've been on for the last almost decade prior to last season. But when you really start to look at it, and you can, numbers can say almost anything you want them to say, and you can frame it one way, like a James Marilat, where you're like $160 million the Broncos will have paid out to Cortland Sutton and X amount of production for it. There's conversations that Zach Bye and Phillip Lindsay on The Drive have put out there about Cortland Sutton being one maybe statistical season away from being a top 5 receiver in the history of the Denver Broncos and Ring of Fame conversations and all that. But one thing that you can't take away from Cortland Sutton is that dude has had an absolute merry-go-round, revolving door at the quarterback position and has found a way to develop chemistry, comfortability, and be the leading target and option for all the different – it's the only thing every Broncos quarterback before Bo Nix has in common, other than the fact that they didn't work out, is that Cortland Sutton was their guy.
Yeah, I mean, look at what he's had there to work with at the quarterback position. And to your point, I mean, it's hard to go out there year in and year out and produce at a high level when you don't even know who's throwing you the football. And sometimes it was, week in and week out.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was Brandon Allen and Jeff Driscoll and Drew Lock.
Yeah, just nightmare scenario. But you never heard anything from him. No drama. He just went out there and played his tail off. Then he had the injury, unfortunately, which kind of set him back, a full year and a half.
Yeah, Jamal Murray track.
Before he was able to get back feeling good. But you see the connection with him and Bo now. Now that he's got his quarterback and he's healthy, he's feeling good. And I don't know about like why is Marilat whining and complaining about the money being spent? Look, Cortland Sutton's contracts that he's had has not hurt the Broncos salary cap at all. It's not all of a sudden we're looking up like, oh my gosh, we can't pay this guy or we can't do this. That Cortland Sutton contract that we're paying him, $40 million a year. We're not paying him $40 million a year. It's the low 20s. And guess what? That's only a couple years. That's it. 2-3 years, and then it's going to be done. So that's just a going rate for good wide receivers. Cortland Sutton is a good to really good wide receiver. And if you like Bo Nix and you want the Broncos to continue to progress and get better offensively, and you want Bo to take that next step in year 2, you need this done with. You need it finalized. And that's what they were able to do yesterday. It's all positive news there. There is no negative news there. They got a good deal. Cortland Sutton got a good deal. Now we can all move forward and not worry about, is he practicing today? Is he holding in? Is he not going in this drill? All that is behind us. So good job, Denver Broncos. Good job, Cortland Sutton. Guess what? Well-deserved contract for him.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to have the constant, speculation of watching and scrutinizing every team rep and the wide receivers that are in and they're out. And Sean Payton told us yesterday he's clearly not frustrated with any drills or opportunities that Cortland Sutton has, quote-unquote, missed thus far during camp.
Not at all. I mean, not with a veteran who's like Cortland, who's real smart. I mean, here's the deal. He's been participating in all the individual, all the one-on-one. He's gotten 7-on-7 work. He's gotten team reps. He's just being smart. And so it'd be different if you felt like he was missing improvement or not being out here or just being out here riding the bike or something. So I kind of know that player well enough to feel real good about where he's at and his mindset, both mentally and physically.
Yeah, Shawn's right. And guess what else? It actually gives the other guys more reps and more opportunities. Younger guys, we want to see develop. Now they get more opportunities with Bo Nix. Cortland Sutton's a veteran player. He's been in Shawn's offense now. This is the third year. Him and Bo were together last year. So now, all of a sudden, he's out here working. He was doing a lot of the stuff. He just wasn't doing everything. No big deal. He's a veteran player. He doesn't have to. It's actually a positive. Save his legs a little bit. Keep him fresh, keep him healthy. And then guess what? You get some of the younger guys that maybe wouldn't get that many reps with the first-team offense with Bo Nix. Now they get those valuable reps. So I like Shawn. Don't think it's a big deal at all because Cortland wasn't, in sweatpants and a hat just watching practice or on a bike. He was actually out here working, doing a lot of the work, just not doing everything. So it wasn't even really that big a deal. I really didn't even notice at first until someone brought it up. And like I said, I think there's a lot of positives there with him maybe not doing everything. Where you can look at and say, okay, well, he's going to save his body, save his legs a little bit, and then also some of these younger guys will get opportunities that they wouldn't have gotten if he was in there.
I mean, let's be honest, Stoke. Even if we want to frame this upcoming 2025 season as, hey, Cortland Sutton and Bo Nix as a combo, as a quarterback wide receiver duo, they're not going to get any better in 2025 than they were in 2024. That's an 1,100-yard season with 80 receptions and 8 touchdowns. I think that's a pretty fine floor, even if Cortland Sutton, for missing what ultimately is 2 or 3 days of work for training camp 2025, that's a pretty good floor to have, in my opinion.
I mean, he could have missed. I mean, training camp
a week
is
and a half.
Long,
yeah,
2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, just as long as he's out here doing something, stay in shape. And that was the thing too. I saw him yesterday, and he was just off on the side. Not off on the side. It was in between drills.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's over there doing conditioning by himself, extra conditioning. And like I said, I had forgot that he was kind of not doing everything. So I was like, ooh, that's kind of odd. Your starting wide receiver is doing extra conditioning during practice, but the reason is he wasn't taking as many reps. So what was he doing? He was putting in the effort just to make sure that his legs are there and that he stays in football shape and doing the little things like that. That just shows you what type of pro he is. So he was staying on top of it. If he missed a couple weeks, it wouldn't matter. You had dude, we are in – what month are we in? We're in July. We don't even know what day it is.
Just a little bit long. Yeah.
How am I going
to
know
what month it
is?
Ty? Is it Wednesday?
Almost Wednesday.
Still not 100%
Ty
sure.
can't wait for hump day. That's all it is.
Yes.
He's just excited for hump day. It's all good. But we're at the end of July here, and, I mean, the party doesn't get started until when's our first game? When is it? I mean, we got a long
September,
time.
like 7th.
Right, and when does the season end? Early January?
Yep.
I mean, so.
And that's assuming they don't make the playoffs.
Right. Well, that's regular season is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They're making the playoffs, Richie. So, I mean, I look at it from that perspective, and you got to take a step back and you say, we got a long ways to go. It's okay that Cortland Sutton wasn't doing everything on July 28th. I mean, he could have taken a little bit more time off, and everything would have been just fine.
For all the things that we talk about Sutton, his value to the team, his role on the offense, and how big of a hole is left to vacate, which was part of the conversations we were having as a part of this contract negotiation was, hey, should the Broncos tell Cortland Sutton he has to do what he didn't want to do and maybe not what they wanted him to do and play on the last year of his deal this year? Well, Shawn Payton talked about yesterday, even though he's had some injuries and some things and it took him a little bit longer to ramp up from that, he affirmed just how massive part of this offense Sutton is.
Like any player, he's dealt with some injuries. There's certain years, his 19 film was outstanding, his film last year, and finding that right weight and balance. And then, what are the things that he does well? Certainly, he's a strong target. He's smart. He's one of our, I would say, clearly one of our leaders on this team. So there's a lot of things that he brings to the table.
Yeah. certainly he brings a lot to the table. He does. I mean, he's the best wide receiver. And he's got that big body that quarterbacks love.
Every time
frame.
we come out here for camp and I stand next to him, I watch him out there, I'm like, he is huge.
You don't realize how big he is. And that's great, for especially for a young quarterback, that sometimes things are moving fast. You don't quite know what's going on, but you know what you see? You see your 6'4" wide receiver outside matched up on a smaller cornerback, and you say, you know what? I'm going to give my guy a shot. You just throw it up there to him. But I can't wait to watch today when Courtland Sutton takes those extra 4 to 5 more reps during training camp and see what this practice looks like today. I just can't wait to see that.
There it is.
Those 4 to 5 more reps today. He's going to practice today.
He's going to get
4 to 5 more.
4 to 5 more, and I bet you, even if it's just 4 to 5 more, Sutton is about to have a big and noticeable day at full speed.
It's going to be unbelievable. And then, I want to smear Mike Evans, too, here a little bit. So get it ready, because I'm going to smear Evans, too, because Evans, he was the one that was talking about leading up to camp, like, hey, they need to do this contract extension. They're going to wait, and they're going to do one of these 4 contract extension like the day they report to camp or the day before they report to camp. So there's just going to be this buzz, and there's going to be this boost of energy here because someone gets their contract extension done right before camp starts. And I kind of looked at him and like, Evan, that's just not how it works, buddy. It's like the whole team all of a sudden is going to be doing, celebrating and doing and all this energy across the board. And,
all right, it's one thing to be happy for your guy, but it doesn't mean like, okay, well, I've been kind of holding back through camp thus far, but now that Sutton's paid, let's crank up the gas on this thing.
Exactly. That's what Evans thought it was going to look like.
It's a bad day for Mike.
And then all of a sudden, it gets done yesterday, and he's not even here today to see the contract boost.
Exactly.
So we ought to start a Mike Evans smear campaign.
A Mike Evans smear campaign.
I mean, that's easy.
He'll give you the ammo. He'll give you the ammo, absolutely. He's the only host on our station that has a big board of BS lies and other nonsense. But that is day number 284 of the Zach By Sensitivity Smear campaign as it continues to roll on. Let's get into some trending topics from around the world of sports.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
In the world of the NBA, Brandon Stokley, we got an announcement from TMZ yesterday that Marcus Morris Sr., the elder of the Morris twins, might be in a little bit of trouble. He's got some potential fraud charges and allegations that he's dealing with. His brother took to social media and all that, about maybe wrote a bad check here, maybe did this there. Is the biggest crime actually in all of this not the fraud charges, but the fact that we may have to postpone the potential 2-on-2 boxing match between the Jokic brothers and the Morris brothers that they were hyping up on the podcast earlier this week?
I didn't even know about the boxing. So there was going to be a boxing match between the two brothers. That would have been cool to watch.
Yeah,
I think now, Richie,
that's worse than the fraud
because you know what? He's locked up, so it's going to be hard for him to get out.
Yeah.
I don't know if they give him what do they call that when they let him out for a little bit?
A work release.
Yeah, a work release to go box the Jokic brothers. I doubt they're going to allow that, Richie.
Yeah, no, it wasn't something that was like, hey, it was planned, but basically it's been put out. They were on a podcast, both of them, and they were asked about, I think it was probably about Markieff Morris, who had that run-in with Jokic and the fight that happened as a result of that. And then, they brought that up, and they talked about his brothers and how big and scary they are. And they're like, hey, we're big and scary too. Like, you put us in the ring with those guys, we win 10 times out of 10. And they were like, well, we might just have to set that up. And that set the internet on fire about the possibility of that. And if and when it does happen, regardless of whether he has a baby bid or not, older brother Morris, give me the Jokic brothers on the money line, maybe even a first-round knockout. Those guys are killers. They are crazy.
No, I'm not betting against Jokic brothers for sure. I mean, that would be nuts. But, it's a bad deal for the Morris guy there, writing some bad checks, doing some bad things, obviously. So see how that plays out, but not a good situation for him.
Next in what's trending, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, Patrick Surtain, is not among the current members, the newest members in some cases, of the famous 99 Club in Madden 26. There is a very select group of players every year when Madden comes out with their rankings that are ranked 99 overall, the highest ranking that you can get in the game. This year's 99 club class is Lane Johnson for the Eagles, Lamar Jackson, Jamar Chase, Saquon, Justin Jefferson, Josh Allen, and Myles Garrett. Stoke, what does it mean that we live in a world where Mark Schlereth, who is cutting across the field in a way he's not supposed to right now to come join us, is a member of the 99 club in Madden, and Patrick Surtain, the Defensive Player of the Year, is not? What does that say about the world we live in and the potential aliens who come and maybe will invade us later this year?
Yeah, Surtain not at 99. Ah, man. Look, there's a lot of great players in the NFL, obviously, but being Defensive Player of the Year, you'd think that the following year you'd be 99, right? But hey, maybe that'd be extra motivation for him if he needs some.
Yeah, it's hard to manufacture chips on the shoulder when you're a guy like Patrick Surtain, but this may just do it. All right, last in what's trending. The Cleveland Guardians have another pitcher who maybe is dabbling on the wrong side of things. One of their closers, Emmanuel Klis, has been placed on the non-disciplinary leave as a part of Major League Baseball's sports betting investigation. Stoke, he's the second Guardians pitcher to be on leave tied to this investigation, joining his fellow Guardian, Luis Ortiz. Why have these pitchers and these players, Brandon Stokley, not followed the advice of Chris Carter and the actions of Shohei Ohtani, which is, if you're going to get involved in this stuff, you got to have a fall guy. You need an interpreter, you need a manager, you need something. Shohei Ohtani got it, and now he's in the clear for a lot of that stuff. Why are Emmanuel Klis and Luis Ortiz not following what seems to be pretty clear instructions from a guy like Chris Carter?
Yeah, it's a bad deal for those guys, obviously. With the gambling thing exploding here the last few years, we've seen some NFL guys get suspended. We've seen, now some of these baseball guys. We've seen Michael Porter Jr.'s brother,
Jonte,
get suspended. So it's one of those things where, professional athletes, especially they have a lot of money, okay, a lot of time on their hands. They're bored. And they love to, card games. You always have action when you're a professional athlete, and these guys are traveling. And then next thing you know, you get on the sports book. You don't think you're going to get caught, and stuff like this happens. So two pitchers from the same team. Whew.
I don't know what they have going on in the clubhouse over there in Cleveland, but
they like that action.
At a minimum, you got to have a fall guy in the crew. And I think that as professional athletes, and really just most of us in life, you can have basically anything you want in life, but you can't have everything. And these the emergence of these sports gambling apps and the prominence that they have in sports as they continue to align themselves, it's just something that, unfortunately, as players, you have to have the unfortunate reality. You can't have it all. You can't be a pitcher for the Cleveland Guardians making millions and millions of dollars and have a little side action on the weekends. That is what's trending topics from around the world of sports. Coming up next, Mark Schlereth will join us, making him the only member of this morning show that showed up to work and crossed completely over the practice field instead of taking the side path like everybody else. But he did show up to work, unlike Mike Evans, who is the lone member not here this morning. We'll welcome in Mark coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, where he'll answer the tough questions. Can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? What does the IRS do to tax protesters? And could I possibly go to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your spot now at advancedtaxsolutions.com. The Fan. That's advancedtaxsolutions.com/The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Rolling along on a Tuesday, not Wednesday, morning here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans once again, alongside Brandon Stokley. And now, Mark Schlereth joining us at the table, as he does around this time every single morning. And, Mark, it must feel good to know that rules don't typically apply to you, that you can just cut across the Broncos practice field when all of us have to get herded like cattle around these the margins. Does it feel good?
I didn't even realize I did that. I did that?
You did. But again, that's just part of rules not applying to, it's good to be Mark. It's good to be Stink.
Well, I just figured the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so I just straight lined it.
Alaskan education at work right there. That is the pride of Boise. Well, Mark, welcome in. Glad to have you. Curious to get your thoughts, Mark, and maybe some of your own personal experience about yesterday being the first day of pads for the Broncos during the 2025 training camp. What have you seen thus far in terms of early observations, because we're still kind of early goings in training camp here, that you like or maybe you don't like about the Broncos this season?
Well, I know I like Stoke had mentioned it, the competition, I just like the football team. I think the football team is really good. And we get so enamored with names. We get so enamored with, the wide receiver position. We get so enamored with, big-time talent. And ultimately, when you get into playoff football, to me, great teams win playoff games, not great talent. And so, you have to have great talent, don't get me wrong, but it's not like the superstars that win games. It's the great collective teams that end up winning games. So I really like where this team is right now. I think defensively they're going to be one of the best defenses in football, bar none. And so that's always a great place to start. And then, offensively, you've got a quarterback that is on the uptick. You've got a quarterback that has proven that he can be really good. And I think ultimately he's just going to continue to grow, continue to work out, continue to do the things that you have to do to be good as an offense. So I think ultimately they're really lined up to be very competitive and a very good football team.
Yeah, I thought it was a good. It's been a good start to camp, obviously, but I thought it was a good practice yesterday, competitive practice, first day of pads. You never quite know what you're going to get, especially coming off of a day off. Usually those are a little bit sloppy, hard to get back going again. But I thought it was a good practice overall. It wasn't the longest practice, about an hour and 35 minutes was all. So we'll see what it looks like today. I don't know if they're going full pads again today or if they're backing off a little bit. But, yeah, this team is on the rise. You have a young quarterback going into his second year. Offensively, a lot of returning guys. You really didn't lose much offensively. You just added to it. So I think there's a lot to be optimistic there for. And defensively, same thing. All you're doing is adding to that group. So a lot of positives here to start training camp. Got to stay healthy. Obviously, you've already had 2 injuries there to the inside linebacker room, which isn't ideal. So I'm expecting them to bring some guys in, maybe sign 1 or 2 inside linebackers just in case you have another injury. You need to have a couple veterans there to be ready to go.
Sean Payton gave his thoughts on what it changes in terms of his evaluation as the head coach and with his staff once the pads come on during practice.
It's different, especially for the guys in the front.
Short and sweet. Love that from Shawn.
My goodness. Man of few words.
A man of few words. Well, thankfully he had more words when it came to the update on some of the injuries that Brandon Stokley was just mentioning in the inside linebacker room, particularly with backup inside linebacker Drew Sanders. Well, he did have words. Cat's got his tongue.
Are we still on air?
Cat's got his tongue right now. Ty's already looking ahead to Wednesday. I can feel it. He is looking ahead to Wednesday. We got the hump day upon us. Ty, can you go ahead and tee up what Sean Payton said in terms of the injury update to linebacker Drew Sanders?
Just on Drew, because there's been a lot written. The news for us was good news in that it's a ligament in his foot and it's not a tendon. What does that mean? It's going to be certainly north of 4 to 6 weeks, but the tendon was what we were concerned about. So I'm not going to try to spell it, but the ligament repair is a much easier one than that of a tendon. So we were all pretty happy with that. I'll update you when we get a timeline. And there have been some cases where there's surgery, some where there's not. And I think he's doing the right thing right now, kind of exploring those options.
Mark, you've injured yourself in just about every way possible over the course of your professional career. We got the medical opinion of our Cajun cardiologist, Brandon Stokley, over here, who was very much relieved, it sounds like Sean Payton was, in differentiating between the tendon and the ligament potential injury. Where do you come down on that, and how much of a break maybe did the Broncos and Sean Payton and Vance Joseph get with this update on Drew Sanders?
Well, ultimately he said, it's going to be a 4 to 6 week deal, right, with the repair. So when you say repair, that sounds like surgery to me. The difference between the ligaments and tendons, and this is just a layman's kind of explanation. Ligaments attach bone to bone. Tendons attach muscle to bone, right? So when you tear a tendon, like that's a really long repair. Usually that's out for the year. So if it's a small ligament that maybe is less consequential, I think that obviously is something that can heal a little bit quicker, which sounds like by Shawn. I don't know exactly what went down there, but that's kind of the explanation from a layman that's been injured a lot that kind of knows how those two things differentiate. So I guess it's good news. I mean, ultimately, what are you going to get him back? You're going to get him back sometime, in October maybe, and then you're going to work through. You'll have that window to work through as you decide whether you want to play him or not. So, ultimately you look at it and say, hey, maybe he comes back late October, early November, probably at the earliest. So, I mean, that ultimately you're going to miss him for at least half the season.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, he said 4 to 6, maybe 8. I mean, we got 6 weeks pretty much 6 weeks until the
Close
first game.
enough.
So,
all right.
That's first game, but ultimately, he's going to give us an update. He said it could be longer. So we'll see what it looks like. I guess if they're going to have some kind of procedure on it.
Is it in his foot? Is that
Yes.
the ligament in the foot?
Yes.
Yes. So, but I think the good news to Shawn's point is, I think the downside, the bad news could have been, out for the season.
Right.
And it doesn't look like he's going to be out for the season. So he's the type of guy, though, when you start the season, I mean, even if it's week 5, week 6, week 7, week 8, all of a sudden you look up, you still got half a season left.
Yeah.
And now you have hopefully a fresh, healthy Drew Sanders ready to play football for you.
And then you can put him in as what you mentioned about him, special teams. So then it's, you 14 plays a game in special teams, 12 plays a game in special teams. You can ramp it up, get him a couple of reps here in nickel situations or something of that nature. So there's an opportunity to work him back in there. He just unfortunate. That is one of those guys that just feels like he's been snake bit since he came into the league.
Can't catch a break.
Right, and that is always one of those hard things to deal with. And you feel for a guy like that.
Yeah, that's you do, especially when it's in camp. He's coming off the Achilles last year, and you want to show yourself. And this is a fresh start for you. You're finally healthy, and you're looking forward to the season. And before it even gets going, you're done. You're done for a while. So hopefully there's good news there moving forward. That they've already gotten good news, but hopefully better news, and we'll see when he's going to return. But that is positive news that he will be back at some point if everything goes good from here until the 6 week, 8 week mark.
After the move took place in free agency, guys, I felt like looking at the Broncos defense as a whole and kind of segmenting it out position group by position group, I said with some confidence that I think that if health is not an issue, that Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw together can be a significant difference-making pairing for this Broncos defense and give them a lift that they haven't really had for the better part of the last decade. Now, the big if with that is if they can both stay healthy. Mm-hmm. And already you're seeing Dre Greenlaw, who's coming off of some significant lower body injuries in previous seasons. He was already at a quad issue earlier this offseason that was kind of waved off as, hey, no big deal, it'll be fine. He's out here so far. He looks good and all that, but you've got injury question marks and concerns around Dre Greenlaw. Alex Singleton coming off of an ACL tear early in the season and now has a broken thumb that he's going to be out for a week, maybe 10 days or 2 weeks before they can club it up and he can get back out there. With Drew Sanders now missing potentially up to about 2 months or so of a recovery timeline, I think I'm already, even though I said health notwithstanding that they can be really good, I feel like I'm already getting a little itchy about the health and stability of this inside linebacker room. Are you guys feeling any of that itch?
Like the thumb thing to me, like obviously it's just a pain in the butt to play with when you have a thumb issue. but I don't look at it like it's a leg injury. I mean, he's still going to be able to run around. He's still going to be able to make plays. Obviously, can you secure a ball on a pick? All those type of things. But that thumb injury doesn't necessarily concern me like a lower body injury. Greenlaw is a guy, and I talked to Shawn Payton about Greenlaw yesterday. Like, Greenlaw is a guy, for those who don't know here in Denver, that dude is a full-grown-ass man, and he is a damn good football player. And, the last 2 years with, tearing his Achilles in the Super Bowl and then really missing the majority of last season, came back and played a Rams game in just a sheeting rainstorm. I don't know if it was in San Francisco I think it was in San Fran that he did that. But ultimately, Shawn was just so incredibly excited about that piece to the puzzle. And I've talked to a bunch of defense coordinators throughout the league, and they'll all tell you the same thing. In today's game, you got to have a difference maker at the middle linebacker position, a guy that can play all three downs, a guy that can be sideline to sideline, get depth and taking away the middle of the field routes, still trigger up, catch, and tackle guys for 2 and 3 yard gains that are running shallows and different things of that nature. And Greenlaw is that guy. I mean, he's an exceptional player. So the excitement that Shawn expressed to me about having Greenlaw here in camp, and I'm telling you, he's a great, not a good football player, a great football player. So as long as that dude's healthy, man, that good things are in store for the Broncos defense.
Yeah, just got to keep them healthy, right? Both those guys. There'll be a really good duo there in the middle of the football field. Alex Singleton, all he does is make plays, and especially now that you got a really good front in front of these guys, that front 4, front 5 that they have, I mean, all of a sudden that takes some pressure off of those inside linebackers, and now those blockers can't get to them. Those offensive linemen can't get to them. So they got a good thing going. When you got the front, the middle, and the back end of a defense, and a lot of depth there. But certainly you get a little bit nervous when you look up and, you're not even a week into training camp, and you got a couple inside linebackers that are already banged up. But the good news is, hey, nothing major. Certainly the Drew Sanders news is a little bit longer than you would like, but nothing major. What makes you nervous is the party's just started. I mean, we just put the pads on for the first time yesterday, so I do expect them to possibly bring some guys in, maybe sign a veteran or two, just to have, so start learning the playbook, just to have here for some bodies. You're going to need some practice bodies.
Stoke, as we've gotten to now through the first day of pads for the Broncos, they maybe will have pads on today, maybe not. We will see here in just a matter of hours. Has there been anyone, when you're looking at the team at large, that has jumped out to you thus far in training camp? Feels like that's always something that we walk away with, especially through the early portions of camp, is guys that pop off the page maybe that we weren't expecting, or you start to see position battles and things narrow themselves out much earlier than we expected. Has anyone kind of jumped off the page for you thus far?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned R.J. Harvey earlier. I really like his burst, because he is a compact, smaller type of guy, and he's obviously well put together, but he's got a burst to him. So that stands out. The other guy that stood out to me, which I wasn't quite sure when they drafted him, it was kind of a questionable pick. I'm like, well, what is this guy going to look like? But they took him in the 7th round, and that's Caleb Lohner, the tight end from Utah.
Yeah.
I think he played 1 year. Big, tall guy, like 6'7", but former basketball player. So he's a project, right? I mean, that's why they drafted him. But I wanted to see what he looked like running routes and how he moved and what does his body look like. Some of those basketball players, like Zach Bye, they're real stiff. Don't move very well.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Zach's golf swing, just real stiff.
Mechanical.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to pound his ass.
Yeah, so they don't move very well, and it's hard to all of a sudden go from playing that sport to running routes. But we've seen guys do it, but I wanted to see, okay, does this guy have a chance?
Right.
Or does he not even have a chance? He's got a chance.
Yeah.
And he's that big body guy that you can use in the red zone at 6'7" to kind of throw it up there, make a play. But I was pleasantly surprised. I'm not saying this guy's going to be the next Julius Thomas or anything like that, but I was pleasantly surprised watching him work and run routes yesterday that it was better than what I thought it would look like.
Right, and Sean Payton has a history of going out after those, Jimmy Graham was known as a basketball player, right?
Yep.
You've had some success in this league with some of those guys, and you bring them along, you put them on practice squad, you teach them how to play football, and those guys for the most part, athletically gifted. They've got that tall catch radius. They've got the ability to do that, especially in the red zone. So he's a tall guy. Those things are always intriguing to coaches, and you've got that room with that practice squad to do some of those things.
Yeah, and develop them, right? Because you got a lot more spots now in the practice squad. So, he'll be interesting to see and to continue to follow. The other guy that I'm really interested to continue to watch, and I haven't got to watch a lot of them or a ton of them, is Pat Bryant, the third-round pick from Illinois, and see. But what I have seen from him, I've liked.
I like Pat.
I like how he runs route. I like how he gets in and out of his breaks. So he's another guy that, they took in the third round that's at a position where, hey, he possibly could see a lot of playing time this year. But that's another guy that from this rookie class that I'm looking forward to watching.
One of the things I love about what they've done here since Shawn has gotten here is there's not a lot of groupthink when it comes to the draft and the players that they want. So, oftentimes you'll hear people say, well, you drafted R.J. Harvey a round too early, right? Or you drafted Pat Bryant a round or two too early. And, people will grade you down right after the draft. One thing about Shawn, I know that I know the type of player I want and the type of player that fits in what I want to do, and I've got a vision for that player. And so I don't really give a rip what the rest of the NFL or the scouting combine says about a guy and where we should take him. I'm going to take a guy where I think he's got great value and he fits the system and he fits what I want to do. And he's adamant about that. And then, you look at George Payton. George is one of those guys with the scouting background and can say, all right, which is the guy? Here are the guys, we can talk about, and then give it over to Shawn and his staff to say, these are the kind of players I want and this is where I want to take them.
When you're talking about vision, because one of the players that has popped out, and maybe it's not like the most, under the radar kind of pick, but somebody who's absolutely stood out to me thus far is Evan Ingram. Man, I watched the way that Shawn lines him up thus far in camp, the way that he's utilizing the middle of the field, whether it's choice routes or option routes, whatever Shawn's going to give him in that joker flexibility and capacity. And we can have a larger conversation about it maybe tomorrow, but just on the surface level, I think this Evan Ingram thing is going to work. If he can stay healthy and the wide receivers on the outsides of him can maintain that integrity from a defense, I think Evan Ingram is going to eat in the middle of the field this season.
Yeah, you would hope so. And like I've always said about Evan, he's a skilled, just a skilled receiver.
He looks like a wide receiver.
That's what he is. And you can't get him in obviously you're going to use him in some blocking situations, but he's not one of those inline tight ends lined up next to the tackle, smash mouth football. That's not what he is, and that's not why Shawn went after him. Shawn went after him exactly what you talked about, that quote-unquote joker role, that guy that makes the defense have to go, okay, how are they playing? What are they doing? How are we going to defend it? That's kind of where he's at. So I'm excited about them having somebody in the middle of the football field that can control some safeties, get you some one-on-ones on the outside for your receivers. I think it's a big-time move by Shawn Payton and his staff.
Yeah, I mean, how about somebody that can be a security blanket for Bo Nix on third down?
That's
exactly
get
one of those guys. So yes, Evan Ingram's going to be that guy for him, and he's going to be put in some really good situations. I mean, you watch him run routes out here, and he's listed as 6'3", 240, but he looks like he's 6'1", 200 pounds.
Yeah.
He's not the biggest of guys at all. But he moves so well, and he's a great route runner. He's a veteran guy. But, again, you got a young quarterback. You need guys to be able to work the middle of the football field and give your quarterback easy throws. Move the chains. Be that security blanket. Be that guy that he can trust on third down that, you know what, man, I don't know what blitz they're bringing here, but you know who I'm going to go to? I'm going to Evan Ingram on this play. So that's what he'll provide for Bo Nix in this offense, and that's what this offense has been lacking for a long, long time. We haven't had that tight end to be able to work the middle of the football field and to be able to create those mismatches that you see from these other teams. It's hard. week in and week out to continue to throw it just to the outside the numbers and throw it to your receivers. You got to have guys that can work the middle of the field and know what they're doing and have the trust of the quarterback, and that will be Evan Ingram this year for Bo Nix and the Broncos offense.
Cortland Sutton clearly filled that void last year. Zach By threw out some stats with Phil yesterday afternoon about how Cortland Sutton, if my memory serves, never had a drop on third down when targeted by Bo Nix. And he was clearly that possession receiver. Hey, it's 3rd and 7, it's 3rd and 4, we're on a gotta-have-it situation. Cortland Sutton's that guy. I now think the Broncos have 2 of those guys, and being able to line them up on opposite ends of the field or pair them maybe closer on the same side of the field is just going to open up so many things for Bo Nix, who now is no longer drinking through that fire hose of Sean Payton's offense and looks more confident, looks more comfortable, and is going to be able to have more freedom and flexibility to command things at the line of scrimmage. It's just another chess piece that I think Bo is going to have, and I think he's very ready and excited to use it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. And, we talk about sophomore slumps, and we talk about, this offense in general. This offense is just continuing to evolve. And I tell you what, I know, just talking to Shawn yesterday, the excitement that he has for the football team they've constructed, like the options they have. And obviously they're going to be great on the defensive side of the ball. But if all of a sudden you've got some running backs, you got a tandem at running back position that can make a difference, that can break a couple of tackles, that can make a few guys miss in the hole and turn those 2-yard gains into 4- and 5-yard gains, keep you in front of the chains, keep you on schedule, and then you've got the ability to have some difference makers, some guys that can beat the one-on-one coverage, some guys that can control the middle of the football field. It's big time. It is big time kind of what they're trying to put together right now.
You just kind of slipped that in there real quick.
Yep.
You just slipped it in there
What's
real quick.
That?
You said, and I was talking to Shawn yesterday.
Casual
slip in, right?
Yeah.
Real quick, and so
subtle flex.
Yeah,
People
subtle.
know me.
Subtle.
Yeah.
Usually that's not like you. Usually you're big flex.
Yeah.
Usually you throw it out there.
Well,
You're
kind of literally flexing right now.
Yes.
Well, I mean, the thing is,
peacocking.
by the way, Shawn did tell me to tell you that he really, first off, he listens to the radio show every day,
Okay.
right? And he said he really likes Brandon Stokley,
Okay.
really
Well,
respects Brandon Stokley.
But
Mike
Thank
Evans,
No.
whoa,
I mean,
man.
who likes Mike?
I don't know, but man, I tell you what,
I'm not even sure Mike likes Mike.
Mike is good. It's a good thing that Mike isn't here today because Shawn might jump from his office like Spider-Man down on the field and come over here and take him out.
I mean, I've known Sean Payton for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, I took a visit there, and when I was playing. So anyway,
What, they didn't offer you? What happened? Did
No,
he not offer you?
no,
He
no,
just said
it's just
hey.
like a courteous visit. Like,
Right.
that was the year. That was after I tore my Achilles. In Indianapolis, and I didn't know. I didn't really. I think I was done. I thought I was done playing. This was 2006, and didn't play very well. Tore my Achilles. Football wasn't fun, and so. I was back in Louisiana for the off season, and my agent was like, "Well, you and your, just go take a visit to the Saints. So quick visit there." So drove up there, had a 1-day visit with them, but no, he did not offer me, Mark. It's just not helpful.
So
like,
you drove yourself up there? Were you just
Right.
like standing around waiting, like you got there at 5, waiting for somebody to come in?
Like-
Hey, it's me, Brandon Stokley. Let me
have
in.
a visit here, please. Anyone?
Anyone?
I was like, can I get some per diem or something,
Right.
like gas money?
Anything?
Can
Yeah.
I give you all the miles?
Right, yeah, right.
Can I do the
What's the
here?
mileage? 25 cents a mile?
How
I
does
drove
that work?
112
That
miles.
seems fair. That seems fair.
How does that work here? With
Right.
y'all because. But so I was over there. I kind of get on the corner over there,
I
right?
saw you
and I'm
over
up
there.
against the wall.
Kinda
and
hiding.
all of a sudden, like Schlereth just beelines. I'm like,
Uh-huh.
what the heck is going on here? He's moving quickly. And he's breaking the rules again, like he did earlier. Like he's out of the area he's not supposed to. He's not supposed to be in. And then there it was. I mean, he goes up. I see Shawn. Like Shawn just turns his like biggest smile ever, and then it's like
He actually knew who I was.
Right,
Unlike
Rizzy.
Rizzy. Right.
Rizzy?
Darren Rizzy. He didn't.
He recognized you right away.
Yeah, right away. Like he knew who I was. Darren, not so much.
Right.
Darren
Well,
was
he's
like,
getting
"Who
there.
is this guy?" Yeah, he had a process.
Took a second.
Who cares?
But I would rather it that way than the other way. right? You'd rather Shawn recognize you than the special teams coach.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I saw the big smile from Shawn over there, and y'all were chopping it up with like Chase Daniel and James Palmer. And I was kind of waiting. I was waiting over the side. I kept looking like, do you think I'm going to get the invite in? Oh, hey, guys, I'm over here. I'm over here. I used to play football too, Shawn. Do you remember me? But never got the invite.
That's tough.
Didn't get the invite from Shawn. All good. All good.
That is tough. Well, there is plenty of training camp left for Stokley to maybe potentially get the wave over.
Maybe I'll introduce you. Hey, remember when Stokley was standing outside when you showed up at 5?
Remember when you told the gate guy to slam it shut?
Who? That was today?
Yeah.
This man is a saint. Well, hopefully, Mark, you can put in a good word for our guy Stoke. And frankly, because Mike Evans is a big time off guy now, can you please let him know that when he sees people over here in the tent that I'm not Mike, that if he wants to, if he wants to come wring somebody's neck and throw a fist, that I have no problem with it, just not with me. Because I am not Mike Evans, and I think my hairline shows that. Coming up next, we are going to head north on I-25 and then west on Highway 36 up to Boulder, where Coach Prime and his team of doctors gave us an update on his medical condition and what it means for Colorado in 2025. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, Stoke here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. If you're thinking about retirement or already in it, you know how important it is to have a plan that gives you peace of mind. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping people just like you navigate the ever-changing financial landscape. They'll sit down with you face-to-face or virtually and walk through your goals, your concerns, and your options. And here's the best part. Consultations are complimentary. That's right. No pressure, no obligation, just smart advice from a family-owned, veteran-led firm that puts your needs first. When you make more money, they make more money. That's how fiduciaries work. Offices are conveniently located in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
We are live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for Broncos Training Camp 2025. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans. Sean Payton, if you're listening, it is Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans. He is not here. You can air grievances perhaps at another time whenever Mike decides to come back. Alongside Brandon Stokley and Mark Schlereth, who is getting some love on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, about his Stanley coffee mug. Mark, you said they're saying your mug is giving construction worker, old school construction worker vibes, like you're swinging your legs off some scaffolding after you have your early morning coffee.
Sure. Well, that's the way I operate. You got to have some, like right there. That thing is
big scaffolding guy.
Big scaffolding, chainsaw. When you have a chainsaw, you can have a Stanley mug.
Yes.
Like when you do your own work. By the way, I mowed my lawn for the first time in 11 months.
Cathartic?
Oh, my gosh. It was just heaven. It was heaven, man. I loved it.
Well, I want to get back to your thermos here.
Uh-huh.
Right? I mean, it is an old school vibe. Like
you pour it in the lid.
Still, right? You pour it in the lid on top, and it keeps it warm forever. But the only thing is like, when you're talking about construction workers up there, like no construction worker is drinking coffee that looks like light brown. I mean, how much?
It's a lot of milk in that coffee.
Yeah, come on.
It's
Mark.
not milk. It's
half and half.
No, it's not even half and half. It's heavy whipping cream.
That's actually kind of cool.
No,
I actually like that.
Heavy
He
cream.
kind of flipped it right there.
on.
Heavy whipping cream is kind of a cool coffee ad.
You know what?
What the hell is heavy whipping cream?
It's a little bit more than
that?
the light heavy whipping cream.
It's heavy cream. Heavy cream. There's no sugar, no carbs in it. It's just straight it's straight from the udder. This is like me getting underneath a cow and putting that teat in my mouth. And
Teat to thermos. That's heavy cream.
Right, that's just heavy cream.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's got lard and all kinds of stuff in it. Like, this is next level.
Somewhere Cecil Lammy's like, what do these guys know about teats, okay? I grew up on a farm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was trying to make fun of you a little bit like I used to do Zach. But, you kind of flipped that to make it even more manly.
Normally.
You did. That was a good flip. You're a good flipper. So here's a specialty.
The deal. I'm a black coffee guy in the morning, but I no longer work in the morning. I mean, 8 o'clock is the afternoon for me.
Wait, did something change for you?
No, 8 o'clock is the afternoon.
Yeah.
So I switch after I drink a bunch of black coffee in the morning when I get up. Then I switch to a little heavy cream in my coffee kind of in the afternoon. So this for me is
the
afternoon.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Okay.
Well, try to make fun of you and it
Yeah.
backfired. So
It
here we go.
did.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, right.
I'll take that L.
Okay, go
He's
ahead.
an idiot and a fool.
Yep, I didn't need it.
We will grow. We will grow and excel from this moment. We have plenty of time left to get back at Mark and see if he can pull the Uno reverse card on us once again. But up in Boulder, we did get word from Coach Prime, who was accompanied by an assistant trainer for CU, and his doctor. Their names are Lauren Askevold and Dr. Janet Kukreha.
She's a lady.
She is a lady. And she was very helpful, both of them were, in explaining what's been going on with Coach Prime, which ultimately was a battle with bladder cancer.
Yeah.
And it was something that was discovered during a routine checkup. Coach Prime, as was explained by his doctor and trainer, goes in pretty routinely for checkups to check on his vascularity. He's dealt with those clotting issues and things like that. And during one of those checkups, they got a call back from the doctor that said, hey, you'll know more in about 24 hours, but I'm probably going to need you to go see a urologist. And they get that call 24 hours later. They get it set up. They go to see a urologist. Well, he's got a bladder tumor, and they need to get it removed. And then there was options of, do you go artificial? Do they try to, construct it more naturally? What's the removal process look like? And ultimately, Dr. Janet said that they removed it and it had not metastasized, which is a big deal because according to his doctors and his medical team, catching the cancer before it metastasized was much more significant than it may just seem on the surface. Because according to his team, only 10% of patients who have that particular cancer metastasize into their body live longer than 5 years.
Yeah.
So that's a really significant ticking bomb that was avoided in that regard. So all good, and thanks to Coach Prime and blessings to be able to navigate and move past that. And he did say that despite all of this, and even though how it may seem from the outside being kind of effusive and not talking about it much, there was never a doubt he was going to return to Colorado to coach on the sidelines as early as this season.
Yeah, it's just an amazing story, and to watch the press conferences yesterday, just so glad that he's okay and in recovery right now, and obviously his life changes a little bit, but man, like, he is just so grateful, and to watch him kind of talk about it and encourage people to get checked out, because as guys, I always say this, if it's not for my wife, I'd probably be dead, because I would never go have anything checked out, and she makes me, get physicals and makes me go through those things, and so very thankful that Coach Prime was able to catch this and get it under control, and really cool that he's back up at CU and back to coaching and doing all the things he loves to do.
Another L for Evans. He's trying to tell me yesterday
Yikes.
it's all part of the brand and the content.
Yikes.
Trying to because he's got a Netflix thing coming up, and they're doing all this, the press conference with the doctors for more content for Deion's Netflix show.
Yeah.
So
it's amazing. He always does this, and then he disappears, right? He makes some ridiculous statement, and then he's gone. He's driving down, he's going to Syracuse right now. There's no
no accountability.
No accountability. We can't hold him accountable right here.
It's unbelievable.
Well,
but saying all that, yes, glad Deion got it figured out, and it looks like it's moving in the right direction for him. So hopefully it continues that way, and because obviously he loves coaching, he loves being out there, and he's been so good for CU. It's been so much fun. Hopefully it is something that he can just move on from, and it seems like there's a lot of positives there, obviously, in the recovery process.
Yeah. Well, maybe in the spirit of Zach Bye, maybe after Evans takes 4 or 5 more days off, his head will finally be in a place where he can kind of reconstruct things and be better. That was my attempt at there it is. Starting the Mike Evans smear campaign that you wanted to start. So I'll be the first one on that list. 4 or 5 more vacation days for Mike Evans, and I think his head will be clear and ready to go, and he won't be so suspicious of Coach Prime's press conference motives. On the way out, though, we did get potentially a update on what CU could have on the sidelines this upcoming season that was laid out in only a way that Coach Prime could, and that includes bathroom facilities on the sidelines special for the new head coach.
I could have used those during my playing days.
Here's what Coach Prime had to say.
Porta potty on the sideline is real, okay? I'm just telling you right now, you're going to see it. You're going to see the practice, you're going to see one, because it is unbelievable. Like, dozing off and waking up, on first thing I'm grabbing my crotch to see if I peed on myself. And it's just totally different. And I know it's a lot of people out there going through what I'm going through and dealing with what I'm dealing with. And let's stop being ashamed of it. And let's deal with it. And let's deal with it head on. And so many other companies out there that do a wonderful job. But I'm thankful that, we have a relationship with the pen, and we're making some other products, trying to make other products that to help all of us through. But it's been tremendous. These two, Lauren came down to Texas and was there with me during it the whole way, up walking our miles in the morning, because Doc made sure you better walk, you better be active, and we did it until it was some points that I couldn't even get out of the bed for a week at a time, but she was there. I remember yelling 2 o'clock, "Oh, Lord!" You know, because I had 2 bags, right?
Mm-hmm.
One was what?
Both were urine, but one was filled quickly. Very quickly.
Yeah, like blood in urine. It just looked bad, you know, and I'm fishing with 2 bags.
First, a couple things there. One, Coach Prime just peeling back the curtain in very vulnerable and personal ways, which, again, I think is a testament to him and the positivity that he is kind of taking forward with this. But the other couple of things there that might have gotten lost in translation, one, because it's Coach Prime, he's got to deal with depends. He's like already working on how can we market this thing, how can we spin this thing, turn a lemon into lemonade, and we may legitimately have a swagged out CU Buffs Coach Prime porta potty on the sidelines this fall.
Oh, there's no question. It'll be in CU colors. It'll be
like a throne.
It'll have sponsored, probably a gold toilet seat.
Yeah.
In there, a gold urinal in there. I mean, it's going to be awesome, and good for him for like you said, taking it head on and turning it into a positive, and also a message for men, and just individuals and just guys in general to get checked out and to take your health seriously. So. I mean, it's always one of those things. Yeah, he's going to have a marketing deal and all those things, but it is one of those deals where it's going to be very helpful to guys in general. So good for Coach Prime.
Another thing that Coach Prime may not even realize is about to be a blessing for him is he has no idea how much you, Mark Schlereth, are going to be able to be a resource to him as someone who's an expert on grabbing their crotch and potentially peeing themselves in inopportune situations. So that is something that he has to look forward to, and I expect you two to connect and link up in the very near future. But in the meantime, Shawn Payton confirmed what I believe is one of my favorite observations about the Broncos this season when he was at the podium yesterday, and you'll hear from the head coach coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and I was recently talking to my buddy Troy Hansford, texting back and forth about the housing market, the new year. He told me over this past year, the market's gone from the hottest it's ever been to prices declining. Some people haven't seen in over a decade here in Denver, Colorado. So if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee in 2025. What does it mean? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on the timeline that you guys agree upon, he's going to scratch you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer is absolutely no one. He makes that offer, but probably not for too much longer. Troy can make the offer because he continues to spend a bunch of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families as we speak that are approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you want to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and close in as little as 7 days. So Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the absolute most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You know, summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or your abs, guys. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? I am a 20-year-plus success story when it comes to Advanced Hair restoration, what they can do for you. They did it for me. My hair continues to grow for life. I couldn't be happier. I can't recommend it more. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. So call 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
DQ presents how to make a blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Rolling along on a Tuesday morning here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It is Broncos Training Camp 2025. I have got Brandon Stokley to my left, Mark Schlereth to my left-ish, and we got confirmation. Stoke and I talked about this a little earlier, Mark, I think, from Shawn Payton at the podium yesterday about a significant change in one of my favorite observations for the Denver Broncos going into 2025, and that is that the perception around the team, both internally amongst themselves and externally around the league, has flipped itself on a head after just 1 year in the rookie season with Bo Nix. They finally got the final piece of alignment, the final star to align, that is Bo, that lines up quarterback with head coach, with front office, and ownership. And Shawn Payton, he said at the podium earlier today that guys want to be here now, and that's not something we have felt over the last, 7-8 years prior to last season, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think the other thing is, where are all the people out there, James Merrill, that essentially said that, hey, they're making a big mistake letting Russ go, James Marilat, and that they're never going to be able to replace, like Russ and James Marilat, and that the salary cap ramifications, they weren't going to be able to build a team like James Marilat. Like, where are all those people now? Because you have got what many agree with across the NFL, that you have found a franchise quarterback, and all you have to do is look at that rating. It's 64 that he came in that survey, but ultimately Bo Nix is a big-time performer and a guy that you look at now as, hey, man, they've got themselves a quarterback, and once you get a quarterback, you can build the rest of your franchise. So, all the doom and gloom, all the naysayers, all the, oh, woe is us, they're never going to be able to build a team with the salary cap ramifications of Russ, and they should just keep him, and all those idiot comments. I'd like everybody that was on that train, on that bandwagon, to apologize to us on the RamosLaw.com text line.
303-713-1043.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
I would just like an apology from you people.
Mike Evans, James Marilat, by the way, not to be confused with his new tutelage and apprentice, Mikey Marilat, who has seemingly kind of aligned himself suddenly with the James Marilat point of view, conveniently ducking out not long after that comes to light. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll see what it looks like when Mike comes back.
I
think, you look at what, Shawn is talking about and your quarterback position. When you got that figured out, look, you're an attractive spot to play for. And the Broncos have a lot figured out right now. I mean, you look around here at what is happening in these facilities, the commitment from ownership, the resources that they're putting in, the resources that they've already put in and that they continue to put into this place from the top down, right? That's where it starts. And now you got the coach in place, you got the quarterback in place, you got a great, partnership, marriage between Greg Penner, Shawn Payton, George Payton. It's like a perfect match right now, and they're working really well together, and you got to the playoffs last year. So a lot of positives that when guys are looking at places to go, or how about a Courtland Sutton yesterday? He re-signed.
Yep.
Extension, right? He didn't break the bank. It was a good deal for both parties. But, if this team was where it was 4 years ago, would Courtland Sutton still want to be here? I say no. He probably would want to go and try to find a winner.
Correct.
Right? But now you're here and you say, you know what? Do I really want to move my family? Or do I want to be a part of what is going on here moving forward and be a part of this turnaround and stay here? With all the positives that are here right now, I guarantee he looks at it and say, "Hey, don't get this deal done.
Yeah.
This is the place that I want to be, and I want to see this thing through, and I want to be a part of it. When hopefully we win a Super Bowl."
I've waited so long, if I'm Courtland Sutton, to finally have a quarterback that I believe in, that can lead a team to the postseason. I've seen it with my own eyes. I lived through the Case Keenums, the Joe Flaccos, the Drew versus Teddies, the Brett Rippins, the Brandon Allens, the Jeff Driscolls, the Russell Wilsons, all of that. And I think I missed a couple in there. I've lived through all of that, and I've found ways to try to be productive and produce, and now I finally got Bo, and then I'm going to leave? No way, man. He clearly wanted to be here, and the Broncos clearly, by not addressing the wide receiver position as much in the offseason as they could have, and then maybe at other points along the way, they felt comfortable with Courtland being here at the number that he was. And you pointed out, Stoke, about 4 years ago, does Courtland, if this is up, does he want to be here or whatever? Shawn Payton talked about, forget 4 years, how about the last 2 years? He said that when talking about how guys want to be here, that 2 years ago, we don't win some of the tiebreaker battles with these free agents that we are winning this year.
That was a shot at Russ, by the way.
It was, and when you get one shot, usually there's a two-punch coming, and Shawn Payton had that when he went into more detail about the specific sales pitch they have now compared to 2 years ago.
Well, you're selling a playoff team with a young, aspiring quarterback, and 2 years ago, you're selling a vision. And I can tell you what the new building's going to look like 2 years ago, but I can tell you what it's going to look like now, and it's an easier sell when you kind of see it a little bit. It's that simple.
Young, aspiring playoffs, and 2 years ago, it was just like, well, we're selling something that we think might happen.
Could happen, right? Yeah, I love the fact that they got the deal done with Courtland. I love the fact that Courtland looked at it like, I think that many veteran players look at it like he mentioned battling and the chance to battle for a world championship, to battle for a Super Bowl, and also to look at yourself realistically where you are. Hey, man, how much is enough can I stay with, where I started here, my career in Denver, become a Ring of Famer, and, not break the bank necessarily, get a great deal that creates an opportunity for me to be here long term, but also pays me fairly. I'm not trying to get, top 5 wide receiver money. I kind of know where I'm slotted, but I'll give up some money to stay here, to have that security, and to continue to thrive in something that I believe in, and that's what Shawn, Payton, and this organization are building right now. I just think it's a really, that's how you start thinking as a veteran player when you see the potential that you have as an organization to win a championship. So it's just, I think, and I heard Stoke talking about it early, I think it is a great deal for both sides. It's a great deal for the Broncos. It's a great deal for Courtland Sutton.
Very much the potential for it to be a win-win for the Broncos and Sutton, all underneath the umbrella of Bo Nix's rookie contract in the NFL. Well, Shawn Payton gave a lot of high praise to Courtland Sutton, but he also spoke very highly of one of his newest members of the Denver Broncos and may have kind of established a team identity in the process. You'll hear it next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Courtland Sutton?
Do we realize that Courtland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here for my friends at Embers Golf. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They got so many great giveaways. They're giving away a pizza oven, and you get free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, polos, breakfast burritos, golf balls, hats, 2 full days of golf, and $50 Embers gift card. You flat out can't beat it. It's going to be so much fun. 2-man teams. You can register today at embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com. You're not going to want to miss this one, fellas. My friends over at Embers Golf, Trevor and Tate, they're the absolute best. It's going to be so much fun. And if you want to get some new clubs, that's the place to go. They'll hook you up with a full fitting, just like I did, and I'm telling you, I absolutely love my golf clubs. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs. They're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. This is what I love about them. So you can book a fitting just like I did. All you got to do is go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com. And don't forget about the tournament, Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Register today at embersgolf.com.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
If you're dealing with constant tiredness, you're fighting a losing battle, your job, your relationships, your daily life, it's all affected. But you don't have to live like that. Get your life back with TRT at Low T Center. Regaining your energy is regaining your life. Know your testosterone level in minutes, then choose between at-home treatments or in-center care. It's never been easier to get started on TRT right now. The T-test is free, but time is running out. Don't wait. Go to fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com and make an appointment today.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Declare your independence from interest, payments, and down payments at the Summer of Freedom sales event at Silterhar Motors. Freedom from interest with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles. Freedom from payments for 90 days. Freedom from down payments on a new lease with zero money down and starting at just $399 a month. Silterhar Motors, conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only, to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. And if we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Sean Payton gave high praise to one of his newest players, and maybe Stoke and Mark established a little bit of an identity, specifically on the defensive side of the ball, in the process, or at least called one out that has been established. He was talking about Dre Greenlaw, the new Broncos inside linebacker who comes over from the 49ers, somebody that, as we learned in the fallout of the free agency signing, that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan really liked and were really interested in keeping, but ultimately he makes the decision to leave San Francisco and come here to Denver to play for Sean Payton and maybe be a pretty significant cog in this defensive wheel that we have here in Denver. And when asked about Greenlaw, one, he talked about how, boy, can you tell a difference in the way that he shows up on tape when you put the pads on, that he's just that physical thumper. But he compared him to one of the bigger sports icons of a generation who actually has nothing to do with football. Take a listen.
He plays like Mike Tyson. You know, he's tough, he's physical, he's built that way. There's not a lot of leaky yardage. You know, some guys, he's a knockback tackler. You know, they stop where he hits them. There's an intensity to how he plays. It's just, he's one of those players that if you put the film on and didn't say anything, at some point early you would ask, who is this guy?
Stoke, is that how you view Dre Greenlaw thus far?
Yeah, I mean, you look at him, and he's not the biggest guy. I mean, he's 6 foot. So, you know, when you talk about inside linebackers, he's not, 6'3", 6'4", 230 pounds. I mean, he is just like one of those guys you look at and it's like, wow. To Sean Payton's point, he's going to hit you. You're not going to move him backwards, right? You're going to go backwards. So that's you want one of those types of players in the middle of your defense. That's what you want, right? A guy that can be a 3-down linebacker, sideline to sideline guy, but also, help you in the passing game, but be sturdy enough in the running game. And so that's why, the 49ers didn't want to lose him, Mark. I mean, he brings a little bit of everything.
When I skipped by you after the show yesterday, eagerly.
On your way to Shawn?
Yeah, skipping by to talk to Shawn.
Yep. Had a meeting.
That was exactly the guy that he talked about. He goes, this dude is such a difference maker. Watch him. First day at pads, watch him play. He's one of those guys that I always, when I'm studying film and I'm preparing for a game, one of those guys that just has a bunch of rewindable moments where you're watching film, you're like, whoa, to yourself, like, rewind that. Oh, my goodness. Like, he's just a collision waiting to happen. And he is one of those dudes that just sets a tone. And one of the players in the league that I think has an intimidation factor to him that many, many guys don't have. So Shawn was really excited to get him. And then ultimately, the San Francisco 49ers flew out to Dre Greenlaw right before free agency became, right before it went off. They flew out there and tried to convince him to stay with them. And he said, ultimately they left. He said, no, man, I'm going to Denver. I want to be part of something special here in Denver. And so he's one of those guys that they targeted right off the bat, a guy they really, really wanted, and a guy that saw what they were building here and committed to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just like we were talking about last segment with Sean Payton, talking about this is an attractive spot.
Yeah.
Where you look at Dre Greenlaw, to your point, Mark, last year, 49ers tried to keep him. I mean, they flew out there.
Yeah.
I mean, not many head coaches and general managers fly out to see a player. But they did that. That tells you what they think of Dre Greenlaw. So he had a lot of different places he could have gone to, but he chose to leave a great organization, a Super Bowl contending organization over there with the 49ers. I mean, they've been to the Super Bowl twice with him so far with Greenlaw, and come here. So, you look at the young quarterback, you look at the coach, you look at the commitment from the ownership. All that stuff matters, and I guarantee it mattered for a guy like Dre Greenlaw.
Sean Payton did talk specifically, not just about evaluating the team in pads as we got our first fully padded practice yesterday, but he specifically, to your point, Mark, singled out an opportunity to talk about how Dre Greenlaw looks differently in pads.
I think it's one of his greatest strengths. He plays the position in such a way where you can't help but notice it on film. His pad level, his strength, his lower body strength, I mean, it's impressive. So I'm glad we have him.
I'm glad we have him, too,
right.
Especially with the depth concerns that we already had about that room, including Dre Greenlaw, to be frank, in terms of an injury history. And then you had Alex Singleton and now Drew Sanders. I'm certainly glad that we have him, too.
I think one of the things you just talked about, the injury history, I think the other thing that's making Denver a really attractive place is look at the injury or the lack thereof injuries over the last couple of years since Sean Payton took over the program. And you look at San Francisco, I don't know what they're doing in San Francisco, but they have a history of a ton of dudes being injured. And so you have to start looking at what are we doing? What do we need to change? Why are so many guys getting injured? Same thing is true if you're a free agent. You look at the track record of Sean Payton and how the Broncos went from one of the most injured teams in the National Football League to one of the least injured teams in the National Football League. That has to do with how you practice, how you prepare, your training, your doctors, your whole medical staff. There's something to that. And if I'm a free agent and I want to go somewhere where I know the odds of me staying healthy are better, this is a place you're going to choose.
Mark Knuckles.
Yeah.
Two good points in one segment for you.
Bang.
You're on a heater
I
right
am.
now, brother.
You know what? Well, ever since Mike, because I don't have to listen to Mike just say ridiculous things, right? And then you have to comment on Mike's ridiculousness. We can actually focus on real live football stuff.
He's an idiot and a fool.
Very true.
Yeah.
The other point is this is one of the reasons why I picked Denver, right? And this was in 2007. Because I liked their plan for me. I was coming off of an Achilles injury. I liked their training room setup. I liked the specialists that they brought in. When you look at all the different things that they were doing to try to keep you healthy. And now, you look at what Shawn and Greg Penner have done here when it comes to putting the resources into keeping guys healthy. So you bring in a guy like Bo Lowry from Louisiana, and you put a level of commitment and resources into your medical staff, into your PT staff, all your training facilities, all these different things to try to keep guys healthy. Well, all of a sudden, a guy like Dre Greenlaw, who tore his Achilles 2 years ago in the Super Bowl, and then last year was fighting injuries and trying to get back from that. He looks at that as such a huge positive. Now, is that how big of a difference maker it is? I can't tell you, when it comes to money and all these other things, but I guarantee you it is a difference maker for somebody like that.
Yeah. I'm just thrilled to hear both of you say and make the realization that, once you get rid of the Kuyan that is Mike Evans, suddenly the football conversations and the clarity, it just kind of manifests itself right away.
We don't have the anchor dragging us down.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
We are
Anchor.
off and rolling live
Big
from
anchor.
Broncos
Huge
Park.
anchor. He's got the guard hips.
Yeah.
Giant
That's
anchor.
the bottom part of that anchor is like his head.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
A lot of surface area to drag down the moving ship, the speeding ship that is Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth. We are live here from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit for Broncos Training Camp 2025. And I want to have a conversation about a future starter for the Denver Broncos who may be blossoming right before our eyes. That's next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Do you live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery? How about taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's great news. You can do what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. That's right. They're a phone call away. Same-day appointments, 303-367-2225. 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And they're going to educate you what's going on, why you're in pain, and then offer you treatment options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, they changed my life. I suffered with debilitating pain. Check me out of life. You know what I'm talking about. You don't want to go do anything because you've got to manage your pain 24/7. Guys, I couldn't sleep through the night. I quit going to the gym. I couldn't play golf anymore. A couple of short treatments at my place at Spine One. And I'm telling you what, guys, I was back in the gym, back on the golf course, back sleeping through the night. I couldn't be happier, and I'll tell you what, I couldn't recommend them any more than I do. 303-367-2225. Don't live in pain any longer. Call them at 303-367-BACK or find them online at spine1.com.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Audible delivers thrills of all kinds on your command. Audiobooks that keep you guessing, captivating originals, and hotly anticipated new releases. Start listening free with a 30-day trial at audible.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
There is a potential future starter for the Denver Broncos who I think is starting to slowly but surely pop right before our eyes, including this past week during Broncos training camp. And Mark Schlereth, conveniently, it is a current member, not a starter, but a current member of the offensive line room. I'm talking about Alex Palczewski. They call him Palcho, right? Number 63 on the field, but maybe someday number 1 on the depth chart at the tackle position. I think Shawn Payton, George Payton, and this offensive staff have found a swing tackle, a reserve tackle that they really like, and somebody that they are not afraid to mix in for the likes of a Mike McGlinchey, who was just an observer yesterday in practice and is, dealing with whatever he's dealing with. But I feel like I've seen, from a performance standpoint on the field and from a confidence standpoint with the opportunities and the reps that he's being given, that Alex Palczewski could be somebody that the Broncos look to as a succession plan for McGlinchey, as the top reserve option, and somebody that could start in the very near future.
Well, he started some games over the last couple of years, right? And he was one of those guys, we just talked about guys who have rewindable moments. He was a guy for me who had rewindable moments, and I'm talking about in a good way. You can have bad rewindable moments as well. But I thought he was one of their best players when he got the opportunity to play. So yeah, I think they've got the swing tackle position, a guy that can play both left and right, just frees you up to do a lot of things in regards to special teams, the way you construct your game day roster. So he is a guy that I think they don't have any hesitation about playing if need be. If there's an injury, they're not concerned about losing momentum or having to reconstruct their game plan to protect him first before they do anything else. So he's an incredibly valuable asset, and I think he's a damn good player.
Yeah, you look at your offensive line and your starters all returning from last year, and you're always going to need depth. We saw, to Mark's point, we saw him have to start a couple games last year. He did well.
Yeah, played really well.
And so, keeping those guys healthy is always tough to do up front, and when you have a reliable backup to be able to put that guy in there and really not miss a beat, that's huge. But moving forward, you look at it and say, okay, this guy's in his third year here. How does that work moving forward with these contracts with the linemen? You just redid Bolles. Is this a guy that you're going to try to lock up early on a 4 or 5 year deal and keep him around to maybe replace McGlinchey at some point in the next couple of years? But it's a nice luxury to have for the Denver Broncos because it's hard to find quality starting offensive linemen. But you find a quality backup, that goes, hey, that's your scouting department right there. Right. Finding guys like that are kind of under the radar. Next thing you know, he's in a big-time role for you, and you lose one of these guys, and he's starting in a game that you need to win, and you feel very comfortable about it.
Let me tell you one of the way that we always talk about the way that the league changes, right? And some of the changes, that happen from a year-to-year standpoint, and people talk about, the game has changed so much, and to a degree it has, but not really. One of the things that has changed significantly, when I came into the league, Stoke, the backup offensive linemen that played for us in Washington were all starters somewhere else. they had started for 3, 4, 5 years, and then they're older, and they're guys that you don't worry about, veteran players that have a ton of experience that you throw in, and you pay those guys. Well, one of the ways the league has changed is you're spending so much money on your premium players, your pass rushers, your defensive tackles, your offensive tackles, your wide receivers. You're paying those premium dollars on those guys that a lot of your backup offensive linemen are young players that you're trying to develop. And what happens? You lose 2 or 3, or you lose 1 or 2 prominent offensive linemen on your staff, and all of a sudden your offense goes stagnant. And so when you find a dude that can play, if you can lock that dude up and keep him as your swing guy that you're not afraid to put in if a dude gets hurt, there's such incredible value there. So Palcho, as you call him, that is a guy to me that's an incredibly valuable part of this organization moving forward.
Well, look at the revolving door. We talk about it at quarterback, right? The carousel, the merry-go-round. And look at the revolving door they've had at the tackle position here in Denver for the Broncos. Outside of Orlando Franklin holding it down, our guy Orlando for a handful of years, Big O, they've gone through sometimes 3 or 4 starting tackles in a season. At that position. And so you've got a guy in Palczewski who you're going to have to make a decision on because he's in the final year of his 3-year deal this season. And I believe he's somebody that has already shown you by games that he's started for spot reasons due to injury and others that he can be a quality premium reserve type player, but somebody who I also think has that plus upside of being a guy that you could potentially feel at least comfortable starting in an offensive line unit here in Denver if you want to make a different decision on McGlinchey in a couple of seasons, or you want to go a different direction after that. Sean Payton talked about specifically the intelligence of a guy like Palczewski and what he brings to this offensive line room.
Had a few of those younger guys get some work. Look, he's played a lot of football. He's smart. He can go inside and play guard, play tackle. He can play the jumbo tight end. That versatility, his football awareness, and his football IQ, I think, along with his strength. He's strong. We didn't feel like there was a step backwards when he was playing.
Yeah, what a luxury that's
is. That's the goal, right? You don't feel a step backwards if Mike McGlinchey is down or Garrett Bolles goes down for something. You don't feel like you miss a step or you have a steep drop-off when you put a guy like Palcho.
Well, he also talked about his ability to play inside, play tight end, and jumbo package, all the different things that he's responsible for. And to do that, you just have to have a really good global perspective of what's going on in the entirety of the offense. So it points to his intelligence. It points to the versatility he has. And he's a dude that, you can say, hey, man, we're going to dress this guy. If we get an inside or an outside guy go down, he can go in there, fill in, and do a great job for us.
The versatility there, right? Because you can only dress so many guys on game day, and you need a backup tackle, you need a backup guard, but the fact that he can play both, that's a huge luxury. You can also put him in there when you go big formation jumbo, and he can help you out there at that tight end jumbo big guy personnel grouping. So very versatile guy. Those guys are very valuable, man. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with him. He's a guy that obviously hasn't made a ton of NFL money going into his 3rd year, undrafted, right? They didn't draft him, did they? I don't think they drafted him. So he's a guy that
he was an undrafted guy.
You might go to here during the season to try to lock him up here on a 2 or 3 year deal, give him a little money up front, give him that stability there, and keep him around because those guys are very hard to find. And as we saw last year, when McGlinchey went down, and I think it was McGlinchey, and he had to step in and play, he did a really good job.
Yeah, we used to have that guy here in Denver when I played was Dave Diaz-Infante, who could not. He was an outside guy, but he could play guard, center, guard. Right. So left guard, right guard, and center. And it gave us the opportunity to not dress an extra offensive lineman. So a lot of times you got to dress a guy that can play both guards and a guy that can play center. And so he gave us that versatility to have one guy that can fill into all 3 positions, and we don't miss a beat as a group. And those guys are, to me, they're incredibly valuable, and there's very few of those guys that exist in the league.
I think it would be a wise decision for them to really look at exploring if they can bring a guy like Palcho back sign him to an extension for a handful of years, whether it's 2, 3, whatever. The dollar amount probably isn't going to be insane coming off of an undrafted free agent contract that he's been on for a handful of years. And just like we've seen at the cornerback position at times for the Broncos and at the inside linebacker position, offensive line to me is another position that you can go from deep to scraping through the kiddie pool with just an injury or two over the course of a season where you know you're going to have at least one.
Yeah, I think with him, you're talking about extending him. We're talking about the possibility of doing that because he's a very valuable piece. You look at, he's in his third year this year. You can tender him next year.
Yep.
It depends on what level you want to tender him at. Second-round tender or first-round tender, those types of things come into play here. So you got him, if you want him, you got him locked up for another year to continue to watch him or evaluate him. So you do have a little bit of leverage there if you're the Denver Broncos.
When you're looking at the offensive line from a macro perspective, Mark, you have been vocal about this offensive line over the last handful of years and kind of where they stack up, where are their strengths, where are their weaknesses. Heading into 2025, returning all of those starters, and then you've got a depth piece like Palcho, who's already been called into action and may be forced to do so again this season, with what we hope to be a much better running back room around him, a second-year, more confident, more comfortable Bo Nix. Where's your confidence level in the offensive line as a unit going into 2025?
Well, I think a lot. I mean, you're going to have the same coach, right? You've got the same coach in Zach Strief, who I think is really good. You've got continuity in the offense, continuity with the five guys up front. And one of the big issues that I've talked about is just mental mistakes, and part of the lack of really good running game was some of the mental mistakes that were made with all the motion and all the shifts and the different IDing, like linebackers and IDing who you're supposed to block at the second level. There were a lot of those mistakes along the way, so you would hope that those things get cleaned up. I'm assuming they will. They're a really good group. They're a really good front. And, there is no team that's going to have success if you drop back and throw it 45 times. Like, the defensive players are just too good, too athletic, too fast, too strong. So I think this is a group that is a strength of the football team.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, these guys, they'll be in all of them coming back for their second year in a row. Most of them, I think 4 out of the 5 for their third year in a row, which is huge. Those guys got to be on the same page, because to Mark's point, I mean, when you shift or move, all the shifting and motions, that looks cool on TV, right? But all of a sudden now, people move on defense. So now your responsibility might go from blocking one guy to another guy if you're an offensive lineman. And so that's why that continuity of all those guys coming back really matters. So that's a huge deal for the Broncos, obviously, having that group together. I think for me, what I'm curious about, I think pass protection, they'll be fine. And Bo Nix, obviously, a very athletic quarterback, so he'll make up for some of their mistakes. But what does a run game look like this year? Last year we were very critical about the running backs and breaking some tackles. But what does a running game look like with 2 really good running backs in the backfield and Dobbins and R.J. Harvey? So that, for me, is going to be interesting to see. We
talked a lot about, obviously, Mike McGlinchey and Alex Palczewski or Palcho and the things that Sean Payton glowingly had to say about him. So we've talked out the right side of the offensive line. But we did hear from the left tackle of the Denver Broncos at the podium yesterday. So we'll then take a dive into the GB zone coming up. And we also, in an unrelated note, may have gotten evidence that bullying and negative reinforcement might actually work. I'll explain next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'm enjoying these summer months, right? I mean, the days are longer. The weather's perfect. Everything's calling you to get out and enjoy it. If you're not feeling up for it, you're not sleeping well, not feeling strong, It's time to find out why. And go visit my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, because what you're feeling could be low testosterone. Did you know, fellas, early to your mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year, and it happens gradually. And before you know it, you just don't feel like the same person you did in your 20s. But it doesn't have to be that way. Stop procrastinating. Most men wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait, fellas. Jeff and his team at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they'll get you taken care of. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully treated tens of thousands of men. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Declare your independence from interest, payments, and down payments at the Summer of Freedom sales event at Silterhar Motors. Freedom from interest with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles. Freedom from payments for 90 days. Freedom from down payments on a new lease with 0 money down and starting at just $399 a month. Silterhar Motors, conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
I mean, I just feel, guys, like it's been such a great show today. Just been so smooth.
Right.
It's been handled so well.
Could not agree more.
It's just been like, it's been
not a lot
such
of
nonsense.
Nice not a lot of nonsense, and
Not a lot of crazy talk like we had yesterday, talking about Deion's doing this just for publicity as far as Netflix show.
Yikes.
And, I mean, so I don't know. I don't know what the difference is between yesterday and today, but one person's missing and one person's here.
Yeah, that is true. That is probably the main significant difference, is that one person's missing and one person's here. Unfortunately for Sean Payton, who may or may not have wanted to come down and have some choice words for one Mike Evans, who is giving us proof right now, I think, that bullying and negative reinforcement, like we have been giving Mike all morning so far, works, because joining us on the hotline right now, somewhere on I-70 east of where we're currently at, is Mike Evans. Mike, how are you? How you doing?
Guys, I am currently about 50 miles outside of Hays, Kansas. I'm about 300 miles into my 850-mile journey to St. Louis, Missouri today. Ultimate destination, Syracuse, New York. I'm rolling through glorious farmland, the smell of manure in the air, and the smell of manure much better than having to sit next to Stokley and stink today.
Well, I mean, if there's one guy that knows what manure smells like, it's you, because it falls out of your mouth on a consistent basis.
And there it is, Uno reverse card from Schlereth.
Hey, Evans, I got to ask you now, because at least you did show up today for a little bit to hopefully own some of this. But, yesterday you were saying Deion is doing this press conference with his doctors for
content, for material for his Netflix show. Turns out he actually had, a bladder cancer that he was dealing with. Do you want to comment on that at all?
No, I told you exactly yesterday what it would be. It would be all about giving us an update, and I love the transparency of Dion, and so we got that update, and thank goodness things are working out well for him. But I also told you that there is an eye towards content, and do not be surprised in that Netflix special that comes out next year if part of yesterday's press conference is part of it. So, it was feeding two birds with one stone yesterday, Stoke.
There's the Peta love. There is the Peta love. Well, Mike, you can be damn sure about one thing. If it wasn't going to be included, any of this in the Netflix documentary before, you have definitely made sure through your comments that you may make an appearance in the Netflix documentary as they try to dunk it on your head in major streaming platform fashion.
Hey, one thing I just want to bring to your attention. I had a nice conversation with Sean Payton. What did you do to Sean Payton? Because Sean does not like you. He is not. What happened there? Did you say something? Were you negative towards Shawn? What happened, Mike? Yeah,
the only thing I can think of is that he somehow has me confused with James Marilat. That's the only thing, because I have been
Mikey Marilat.
Mike, you have adopted James. You were supporting Russ just a few days ago, so maybe he listens. He listens to the show. He takes it into account, Mike.
It's like Anakin and Obi-Wan. The master becomes the apprentice, and Mike is now being schooled in the ways of Marilatisms.
Well, if Shawn has a problem with me, then he must hate just about everybody in the Denver media who's not a former player, because you will not find anybody who is more Team Shawn than me. So I can only assume one thing, that I have been poisoned in the eyes of Sean Payton by Mark Schlereth. That's all I can assume now. It is Mark Schlereth somehow is poisoning the well for me.
Very typical Mike fashion, deflecting the blame onto somebody else rather than he's pointing the finger, not pulling the thumb,
yes.
Which I respect. At least there's some consistency in that regard. Hey, Mike, we got the news about Courtland Sutton's contract extension yesterday afternoon, and if I'm hearing things right, you must be overjoyed with this extension, because now all these Broncos players here at camp who have been kind of holding things back and not really giving it their 100% because this contract negotiation with Sutton's just been weighing so heavily on their mind. We should be seeing today, with practice getting going in about 35 minutes, some of the hardest hitting, highest flying action from Broncos training camp in years, right?
Oh my goodness, guys. Wait until I guarantee you the first song that is played booming out over the speakers will be Celebration by Kool and the Gang. Yeah. You will see everybody. They won't just be running out onto the field. They'll be skipping. There will be mass euphoria and enthusiasm for this signing. I think it's a really good signing for the Broncos. It sounds like it was a team-friendly deal. And I'll tell you what perfect timing for Courtland Sutton, because I think you guys would all agree that if we found ourselves, or if Courtland found himself in this situation maybe a year from now, with some of these young receivers having a chance to get another year under their belt, I'm not so sure the Broncos would be as accommodating as they are right now handing out this deal.
No, Mike, I think you're all over it. I mean, it seems like it was a team-friendly deal, but it's also a win for Courtland. He had leverage in this situation. The Broncos had leverage in this situation. They worked together. He got more money, got a good extension. He's a good leader. He does a lot of things right. And this offense would look a lot different this year if he wasn't here. So I think there's a lot of positives there, Mike, when it comes to extending him. What do you think's next, Mike? What do you think is next for the Broncos when it comes to extensions? Do you think we'll hear something soon, or do you think that there'll be a little bit of some time off before we hear about another extension?
No, I think this is going to be the start of a little bit of wave here. The first domino fell, and so I would assume that Zach Allen and Nick Bonito, or Nick Bonito and Zach Allen, I don't know which order. I would like to see Zach Allen get done first, just because you still have a little bit more wiggle room, I think, with Nick Bonito. But I think that definitely both will get done. They can wait a little while now, because the good vibes from this Courtland deal, they'll resonate for, a good few days. And just as it starts to get a little bit of a lull, sign another one, and then the good times keep rolling.
Yeah, well, what do you think? Would the confetti guns come out before practice to celebrate this, or maybe after practice? What do you think that locker room is like?
Yeah, he's got a skateboard. There might be a cannon gun somewhere.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think the celebration will? Maybe an ice cream truck. What do you think is going to transpire here at Broncos camp, Mike?
I'm looking forward to the players are going to set up in a big tunnel. And they're going to line up with their hands together, create a tunnel, and then Cortland's going to come running out. And I think it's going to be awesome, and the good vibes, the Camp Good vibe, are going to just continue now that this deal has been signed.
Mike, there has been a very organic, grassroots-level movement that has taken place here on the show over the last 3 hours and change, and the overwhelming sentiment from us and from the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 is this. You had a tough couple of days. You had the switcheroo, the flip it on the head from Dion. People have been calling out and questioning your takes, but thankfully the text line believes that if you just take 4 or 5 more days off, you'll be able to come back healthy, recharged, refreshed, and ready to go for Broncos training camp. That is the start of a grassroots movement, the Mike Evans smear campaign while you're away from the show. So something that as you head your way to Syracuse and drive to the East Coast may continue in your absence.
Well, I'll tell you, this is quite the opposite of driving west along I-70 up into the mountains, where you get that beautiful mountain air, as Stoke knows, that just rejuvenates you. I got to tell you, driving through western Kansas, this is boring. So if you guys want to just hang out for the next 3 hours, I'd appreciate it, because I got nothing to do out here.
Well, we will see what we can do on our own. Some of us actually have to work today, so we've got practice that we've got to watch, and we've got to do it. But maybe we can schedule some FaceTimes and some things along your route. But until then, until we can check back with you,
travel safe, buddy.
Roll that window down, let the hair wisp away in the wind, and we will catch up with you again very, very soon, my friend. Thanks a lot, Mike.
All right, can't wait. Hey, can't wait for that Dion Netflix special.
Love it.
So wait a second. So Evans, that's ridiculous, though, because of course it's going to be in the Netflix.
Right. It's like a major thing in his life.
It's the guy could have died.
Yeah.
He could have died from it. So you don't think they're going to show that? And Mike Evans is going to try to do a victory lap when he thought it was going to be nothing. And he thought it was all for content. Turns out it was very serious.
Yeah. Well, he's got a lot to think about on his drive to upstate New York there, where he ultimately ends up in Syracuse. But on the other side, I want to touch on something that Coach Prime said up in Boulder about his situation and his outlook for himself and for the Buffs in 2025, and some cool comments from new Broncos inside linebacker Dre Greenlaw as well. All of that coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here for the leaders in TRT, Synergenics, and Low T Center. Introduce the new Synergenics Health app. Guys, if you've been struggling to choose where to go for TRT, look no further than Synergenics and Low T Center. Guys, the new Synergenics Health app is a superior innovation in healthcare technology that you're not going to find anywhere else. With the app, you can book appointments, you can view lab results, face-to-face telehealth visits, receive medication reminders, order supplements, pre-check into your visits, and a whole lot more. Taking control of your health has never been easier than it is right now with the Synergenics Health app and Low T Center, guys. And right now, there's never been a better time to start TRT. Low T Center is offering a free test. Other places charge hundreds of dollars, guys. For a limited time, the test is free. Treatment is covered by most health insurance, but it's very affordable as well, guys. And I'm telling you what, These are specific treatments according to the test results that you have, not some standard test or they're personalized treatments especially for you. So check it out. Download the Synergenics Health app or book an appointment online today at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Spending 2 hours staring at the back of someone's bumper isn't the best way to end your day. So Jack in the Box is giving you their new bonus Jack combo. Fries, drink, and a burger with your choice of 1, 2, or 3 patties starting at just $3.99. Get so much more.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Going on. Peyton called an audible.
Yeah.
Omaha. And I didn't get the audible. And he's looking at me very confused, like, what the hell did you just do? And that's usually when he
give
sends
me
me
the
to
double
bench.
hand like that or what? Yeah.
Yeah, and I screwed it up. I don't know what happened there.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
We are live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Practice is nearing the starting point. Players are out on the field in shoes now at this point, doing some warm-ups and going through some things.
Full pads again, which I think is great. Back-to-back full padded day, which is, I think I'm expecting them to get after it a little bit more today than they did yesterday on the field total with all the warm-ups and stuff from 10 o'clock to about 11:35 yesterday, which wasn't very long. So I expect it to be a little bit more today than what we saw yesterday, maybe closer to 2-hour day than hour-and-a-half day.
We talked about the offensive line from the Mike McGlinchey perspective, Alex Palczewski, and then kind of them as a unit. And one of the things that you brought up, Stoke, was wanting to see how they do with a competent duo of running backs behind them, something that we didn't feel like they had with Javonte and Audric Estime and Jaleel last year, and how that maybe changes the balance and the dynamic of Sean Payton's offense. Well, Garrett Bolles spoke to the media yesterday. He gave us a trip inside the GB zone, and he had some things to say about this running back room going into 2025.
Oh, absolutely. We got JK in here for a reason. We all know what he can do for us. We got Harvey and Miguel and Estime and all those guys that are, our running back room is deep. Everyone can carry the ball. Everyone can do it. We got Batty. We got everybody that we need. The way that they hit the hole, we got some guys that can stretch out the outside zone game for us, which, is an emphasis for us coming into this training camp. And so just doing everything we can up front to let those guys see the hole and make us right. It's fun to watch those guys, scream around the edge and, give us the yards that we need to win football games.
Batty, Bidet, one of those two. When you switch it up on us like that, that's what's going to happen. But I don't know. It seems like from GB's perspective, the Cows are chirping, and he's ready to get after it with this new running back room that clearly they have much more confidence in going into this season.
There we go.
My goodness.
Getting the hype up of the crowd from Clay Webb.
Rookie out of
Jacksonville State legend.
I wonder if they made him do that. I bet they made him do that.
Oh, you mean the veteran offensive lineman?
Yeah, the lineman did.
Go hype some people up?
Well, yeah, you think Clay Webb is just going to run over here and try to hype up the fans?
No.
I would think that would be – the linemen are all over in the far corner from us. I mean, they're straight ahead.
They're like, hey, it's your turn,
They're 120 yards away from us, and so there's no offensive lineman that's going to run from over there to all the way over here and start yelling at the crowd. Like he just
I was waiting for that one.
Like he just did if the veteran offensive lineman didn't make him do that.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Completely agree. You're not going to waste your energy doing that. Like, you've only got so much energy to expend on a day of full padded practice. So I agree with you. I think that was one of those kind of almost rookie hazing deals, saying you got to go hype up the crowd. That's your job today.
So I got another, I got to raise my hand here because I see my guy Josh Dover walking over here, right? Looking very skateboardish.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
But so yesterday, and I didn't know it till today, Rock and Roll Brian informed me, but yesterday, I was starving yesterday. I forgot my banana.
Oh, boy.
I didn't bring my protein bar. Luckily, I had a thing of peanut butter crackers.
I
in
saw
my
you
bag.
eating those, yeah.
So I'm like, holy cow. And then I have to stay 2 hours after the show to watch practice.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm be really hungry. I'm be hangry. So anyway, I ate the crackers. I was still hungry. Dover had some Cheez-Its that he was eating, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh, those look good. But, I'm not going to ask him for them. But he offered them to me. So I was like, oh, yes, I hit a home run here. So I just grabbed the bag.
Yeah.
I thought he was offering me the bag. So I just grabbed the bag and started eating them. And they were so good. I was just like, boom. I just walked off with the bag. He started doing his show. I didn't think anything of it, right? Well, comes out down Rock and Roll Brian tells me today, a couple hours ago, he's like, Dover was so mad at you. He only wanted to give you, a little bit.
Like a handful.
A handful. He
was offering a Cheeto, not the rest of the Cheetos.
Yes, it was the Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its.
Yes, he didn't expect me to take the rest of the bag.
Little tubby kid.
I took the rest of the bag,
Right.
so I felt kind of bad about that. I took all of his Cheez-Its, and he was only offering me, one handful.
Right. If he hands you a bag that's mostly eaten.
Right.
Right? If he just wanted you to have one Cheez-It, he just pours it out in your hand, or maybe a handful like you do with the kids, like with M&Ms. You only get 7 M&Ms or something, and you're divvying them up. He should have done that. Handing you the bag was a way of basically saying, hey, man, you have the rest of these. So I'm with you on this one.
Oh, so that's on him, not
that's
on
me.
me.
Him, yeah.
Suddenly I'm gathering that this is actually all Josh's fault.
Yes.
He shouldn't offer me anything.
His generosity ultimately is his downfall.
That's right.
In that, listen, either offer me everything or give me nothing, Dover.
Okay, well, I feel much better about it because I started feeling bad. I was like, dang, I took all his Cheez-Its, and I didn't really want to do that. But that's what I thought he was offering. And now he, might have been hungry yesterday. So,
do you think he skateboards in from the house? Like, what time does he leave to
I
ride
think
his
he stopped
skateboard?
Skating. I think he stopped. He
He's
still
definitely-
tries to
he's
rock
definitely
the skater,
contemplated
look
it.
a little bit.
Uh-huh.
But I think he might have retired from skating.
Well, he definitely looks like he came in on a skateboard. There's no question.
Coming down to the wire here, guys. We are in the second day of pads for the Broncos. Do you expect to see anything different or maybe more intense today than we saw yesterday with the first day of pads, Mark?
Yeah, I think a little bit more intensity. To Stokes' point, they really only, after the half-hour warm-up or an individual, whatever, they really only practiced for about an hour. So I think it's going to ramp up, maybe a little bit more, like an hour and a half, like a 2-hour practice, but an hour and a half of actual kind of thumping and hitting each other. And so I think you will see that, and I think you'll see it's one of those things. This is that day that really jumps up. Then as you go further down the road, you may have a little bit of a backing off from the coaching staff, but this to me should be one of the most intense practices of camp thus far.
Yeah, I like that. I think also when you look at it, you say, all right, what else do you add to practice today to make it a little bit longer? You might have a 2-minute. You might have some special drills, some end-of-game situations where, like Pat Shermer told us, we're actually trying to throw incompletions.
Yeah,
right. Drills like that.
Legend.
That come up throughout the season, and you need to work on them. You need to prepare for them. Special situational football. You might see some of that today. You might see a 2-minute today. So I think there'll be a couple more wrinkles than what we saw. Football coming. Than what we saw yesterday. But, yeah, and probably a little like 20 or 30 minutes longer.
Stoke, give me one guy that you're going to have your eye a little bit more closely on going into today's practice, given what we saw yesterday.
I'm going to give you two.
Love
Caleb
that.
Lohner.
Over-deliver.
I hope I'm pronouncing the last name
correct.
Right there. Rookie tight end out of Utah, number 84. I liked what I saw from him yesterday. Basketball player that played football at Utah 1 year. So I'm going to continue to watch him today. But I thought it was positives from him yesterday. And then Pat Bryant, rookie wide receiver. I haven't really paid too much attention to him, but I'm going to be focusing on him a lot today to see what he looks like.
Mark, who's going to catch your eye?
You know what? I'm going to look at the trenches, the way they play, especially the way they run the football today, looking for maybe a 9-on-7 period, something where they just exclusively running the ball, where the defense knows what's coming, to see exactly kind of what you are, how you come off the football. So just both trenches. I mean, that's really where I'm going to have my focus on.
How much do you put into one-on-one drills with the offensive lineman against the defensive line? Because we'll probably see that also today. How much do you put in that when you're evaluating these guys?
A lot. One-on-one is the hardest thing we do as an offensive line, because there is no – you can't trick them, right? There is no, hey, there may be a run here, or we may pop a draw. So, like, I always looked at it, if you can win in your one-on-ones, then you're going to win during the game. Because the game is much easier. It's much easier to pass protect in the game than it is in practice on one-on-one drills. So that's a real advantage to the defense, the one-on-one drills. And so if you're good as an offense or individually as an offensive lineman, you're going to be good in games.
And you also might see some 2-on-2s, right, where you do that, where the wide receivers get together, and all of a sudden you have a slot receiver and an outside receiver going up against a nickel and a cornerback, right? It's 2-on-2. And then you also might see where the center and the guard are working together, and they got to pass things off. The tackle and the guard working together. They got to pass things off.
We call it working games. So we work the games, 2-man games, even 3-man games sometimes to a side.
That's why you do TV and I still do radio right there.
I can't shake the feeling that we are going to, at week 7, 8, 9 during this NFL season for the Broncos, we are going to be talking about one of two guys between Q Robinson and Savion Jones making significant contributions and turn your head around plays for this Broncos defense. So I will be keeping my eye on both of them to see which one is kind of maybe further establishing themselves to have a role in 2025. Hey, coming up, join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado on Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction, not to be confused with a roller auction, with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. We are off and rolling. Practice is on. The music is pumping. And Dover and Cecil are here to take you through it coming up next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Courtland Sutton?
Do we realize that Courtland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When joint pain holds you back, trust the experts at Colorado Joint Replacement, part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. With 4 convenient locations in Denver, Lone Tree, Littleton, and Cheyenne, Wyoming, their team focuses solely on hip and knee replacements. You'll receive expert, compassionate care, the latest technology, and a personalized surgical plan to get you moving again. For peace of mind and better outcomes, visit coloradojoint.org and schedule your appointment today. That's coloradojoint.org.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. Life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Declare your independence from interest, payments, and down payments at the Summer of Freedom sales event at Silterhar Motors. Freedom from interest with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles. Freedom from payments for 90 days. Freedom from down payments on a new lease with zero money down and starting at just $399 a month. Silterhar Motors, conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
DQ is about to be even sweeter because July 31st is Miracle Treat Day, when $1 from every Blizzard treat supports Children's Miracle Network hospitals. DQ. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hello, beautiful people. Whoa. Welcome to it. It is a Tuesday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do. And we appreciate you being a part of the show, however it is you consume the program. Thank you for doing so live here on The Fan, or perhaps you're watching at DenverSports.com, watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube.
Hi, YouTube. What's up?
People love it when you say hi to them. They always tell me, like, when Cecil says hi on YouTube, I really like that.
Okay, well, they're going to love this because I have a very special request for you to kick off today's show.
Oh, let's go.
And we're close, right? Are we boys?
We're bros.
Are we boys?
We're bros.
Okay. I need you to look at my butt more today. So yesterday I go home. It's hot as balls yesterday.
Dude,
okay, hot as balls, sweat, crack sweat, every sweat.
It's tough out
Everything's so toes are sweating, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go home. I immediately disrobe. Like I'm pretty much a nudist.
Okay,
right?
I like this. Yeah.
I go home. I immediately disrobe, and I look at the back of my jeans, my lucky jeans, because I love lucky jeans. They say lucky you.
Yeah,
when
you
unzip the
unzip.
thing.
I got a couple too. Yeah.
So lucky you.
Yeah.
I unzip my jeans. I throw them onto bed. Whatever. I look over, there's a huge tear right in the middle of my butt.
Oh, no way.
So, like, this chair, something, I'll blame Rock and Roll Brian, I don't know. But somehow, some way, I tore my pants right down the crack of my ass. And I don't know because I don't get up a whole lot here. So it's not like I'm walking around. I went to get some Gatorade once when I'm like, how many people saw into my jeans.
Yeah.
Right? How many? Lucky you. Lucky me, I guess. So I need you today, brother.
I can do
need
this.
I call it a fit check.
Yeah.
If you don't, you want to go there and be like, you got to check me out. But, hey, I need you to make sure that my butt's okay today because I don't want to rip another pair of jeans,
I can do that for you.
You got it?
I can do that for you.
Okay.
Now, since we are close, I can ask you this.
Yes.
What was underneath yesterday? Like whitey tighty, boxer brief, boxer, maybe commando?
Calvin Klein boxer briefs.
Okay,
That's
all right.
what I wear. I don't wear anything else. I'm
Okay.
very particular. Like, I only wear Jordans. Got Lady Liberty 10s on today.
I have Jordan 4s.
I only wear Calvin Klein underwear.
Okay.
I get it from Costco, so don't think.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Costco's got the goods.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not all highbrow here, but yes, it was very embarrassing. I was wondering, who saw what, but I need you to watch me, and then I got to watch these damn chairs or something.
Yeah, they're ripping your pants.
At least we don't have to worry about sweat today. It's actually kind of humid.
I will say yesterday, now let me be crybaby spoiled radio dude.
Yeah.
Yesterday was hard. It was really, really hot.
Well, then
Our
think
camera
about-
broke down because of the heat.
Right.
My phone wouldn't work because of the heat.
Right,
Like,
and then I think of all our mail carriers, construction workers, delivery drivers, like everyone that works outside. I'm like, God bless you all.
Yeah.
We're a bunch of wussies who sit in a studio every day and like, oh, my God.
I got home.
We had to sit outside and talk for 4 hours, but y'all are out there grinding, working, Tribe Roll Call. Let us know, man, and we appreciate y'all out there.
yeah, Tribe Roll Call. What do you guys, the real workers out there? What do you do to combat the heat?
Yeah.
Again, Tribe Roll Call is always rolling to start the show. We want to know who you are, where you are, what you're doing for $1 today. Let us give you and your company a bit of a shout-out on the show. Send that information to 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. Yeah, we love it, man, and I'll definitely I'll check out your butt a bit more today.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no
I appreciate
problem.
that. I know if I was in the office, there's that one lady who I can feel you undressing me with my eyes. It's okay. It's all right.
Also, we have a bit of a story breaking on the RamosLaw.com text line based on something Stokley said this morning. So he didn't realize. Did I tell you that yesterday? I handed him a bag of
Yeah,
Cheez-Its
you said
saying,
he
like,
ate your whole chip.
hey, you
He
can
took
have a
it.
couple. I heard him say
A
he forgot his
couple.
food. I'm like, have a few Cheez-Its, man. I got
Yeah.
you. We're bros.
Right.
He took the entire bag, rolled it up, and put it in his backpack. And I was like, oh, that is so bold. I
But
don't
he-
even know what to
He gave
say.
you some Cheez-Its today, though, right?
No, he just told me he acknowledged the mistake that he made
Oh.
by taking the
He did
entire
not
bag. Rock and Roll
rectify?
Brian let him know he made a mistake.
He did not rectify the mistake by
No.
giving you a larger bag of
No,
Cheez-Its, like
not-
an
not yet.
apology,
Not
like
yet.
nothing?
But he has, Stokes a good guy. There's been several times where I get to work and I'm like, dude, I'm golfing later and I forgot a cigar. Can I get one of the 19 in your car? And he hooks me up. So
Are his cigars a little higher level than your cigars?
They certainly are,
Okay,
yes.
yeah. All right, well, that's a fair trade-off. Just
Yeah.
get another cigar and you'll be good.
that's it. That's good. So, text line says I need to step up my Cheez-It game, and apparently I have to do that. So I will do that moving forward. All right, Cease, as we wait for a few Tribe Roll Call texts to roll in, let's talk about the news that we got yesterday about Alex Singleton after we got off the air. So we were on the air and told you he got walked back to the training room with a training staff member, but was no limp, walking off under his own power, and we found out that he broke his thumb. So I guess that's good news because, again, it's not our thumbs, so we're not having to deal with pain.
Right.
And he should be back. I mean, I don't know, this time next week, maybe Wednesday of next week, we probably see him out here practicing with one of those big clubs we referenced yesterday.
Well, look at the schedule coming up for Santa Clara. That's what he's going to be back for. He's going to be back for the
okay.
joint practices
Okay.
because I believe, and I could be wrong, we'll practice out here on Tuesday, and then they won't practice again until the next Tuesday afterwards.
I believe
here.
you're right.
They go to San Francisco, to Santa Clara specifically. They will have joint practices, which are more important than the preseason games. And I've seen the future. Alex Singleton will participate with the club on his hand in a joint practice. He will not play in the preseason game. I believe that will happen.
Nor should he, right? I mean,
No.
that's you don't.
I don't need
that.
to see J.K. Dobbins. I don't need to see Dre Greenlaw. I don't need to see Talanoa Hufanga. I don't need to see Alex Singleton. I need him healthy for the start of week 1.
Yep, yeah, that's exactly right, and you need them to remain healthy as long as they can. So that's the news on Alex Singleton. I know at some point today we'll go over some of the names that you were doing some research on about inside linebacker options. I mean, hell, dude, you kind of threw it out as the first of, just off memory, of Quan Alexander.
Yeah.
I don't hate that idea that much at all.
No.
Go get a guy. It's not saying Quan's going to come in here and save that room, but it's a body that you can throw some problems at and see what sticks.
Yeah, see what's out there. And then he was here a year ago. He was really good within the locker room. I talked to him a few times. Zach Cunningham was here last year as well. Somebody picked up Zach off the top of my head. I'm not sure. But, you had some options here, and it's just the fact that Detroit stole Quan off your practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's sitting out there. He's a seasoned veteran. He knows your system already. He could step right in and help out if you needed him to. But the Alex Singleton news on the thumb is very positive because it wasn't any sort of leg injury, no sort of long-term thing. It's going to be about a week, and then he'll be out there against the 49ers, likely practicing in the joint practice.
You know what name I started to think about a little bit more last night? Cody Barton. He goes to Tennessee. I'm looking at his contract now, a 3-year, $21 million.
Yeah.
There's only 9 guaranteed. I'd love that. But, for an NFL world, only 9 guaranteed. Is that the Broncos just having faith in Singleton returning and them attacking free agency? Why wasn't there more interest to bring Cody back, who I thought played, he had a couple moments where you go, oh, that's not what we're looking for. But
yeah.
I think he had more moments of, hey, that a boy, than, ugh.
I think with Cody Barton, you could sum it up by saying he's all right. He's all right.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's not like
But he's better than Justin Stranad.
You're not lying. I'm not keeping up on Titans camp as much as I should be.
Yeah, no one is. It's not your fault.
But I believe it was the 3rd or 4th day. He had a pick or a pick six every single day.
I heard this, yes.
Yeah, so they had interviewed him, and they were like, oh, wow, it's a pick every day, Cody Barton. That's awesome. For a lousy defense, he'll be damn good. This is the best defense in the league. He'd stick out like a turd in a punch bowl. All right? You got to be better. Got to be better. Cody Barton wasn't what they needed, and I like Cody. Cody was good, but like I said, he's all right. This defense is not going to be summed up by that. This defense is full of dogs, full of ballers, and that's what you need to find, whether it's, having to go get Quan Alexander because of injuries or just, hey, Singleton, Greenlaw, stay healthy. Greenlaw specifically is that dog.
All right, we're watching some special teams work here. We do got Pads back on here today, so we'll get a look at what this team looks like, maybe with the heat not as what it was yesterday. They'll get a little bit more work in. I just watched your boy Blake Watson drop a kick return ball here. He and Kyrese Rowan have dropped him since we've been sitting here. So that's not going to help their status, but we'll continue to monitor those guys and kick return players as we roll. All right, a couple minutes for Tribe Roll Call. Don't forget to put your name on these texts. I like this one, just starts with Roll Call. It's in all caps, so I said it like that. Driving a truck headed west across Kansas. Thanks for keeping us connected to Denver sports and especially Broncos training camp. Hey, we got you. You keep driving trucks and delivering goods, we'll keep talking Broncos, man. Those truck drivers make the world go round, and don't you forget about that. Micah in Denver wants to know where you buy your retro Jordans. There's a couple of spots around town.
A couple of spots, yeah, and I also have a shoe guy, Eli. Shout out, Eli.
Yeah, and I got one named Marcus, and he's also the greatest.
yeah, so I don't have to worry about drops. If I want something, I'll go to Eli.
Yeah, and there are some decent stores around town that you can get some retro stuff on.
Sure.
But, get a guy, and they can pretty much get you whatever. And I'm sure your guy and my guy are willing to take on more business. So if you need one, let me know. We can get you hooked up right there. Oh, yeah, see, now we got a texter that knows what's up. We talked about the guys dropping balls. One texter from the 720-289 says, Josh would have caught that bleep. He's right.
There you go.
I will say, at one point yesterday when the punter, Crawshaw, was actually punting balls to guys, I was like, oh, my God, that's really high up in the air. But I do still feel confident about my ability. Travis in Texas, owner, operator, truck driver in Grove, Texas. The heat index of 105 today and humid. There's no escape. You can't beat it. Just try not to die, says the texter.
Oh, my God.
All right, one quick one. Roman Loveland, one of our favorite texters. Yesterday was hot. I'm out in the oil field doing my duties in a Porta-John, sweating the marbles off. Go Tribe Grow. That is a great text right there from Rome. All right, keep your text coming in, 303-713-1043. We'll continue to catch up with you guys in Tribe Roll Call. In the meantime, it is only a few days out here of real practice. It's only the second day of padded practice, Cecil. But I want to get into who's made an impact here in just a few short days on both sides of the football, and that conversation's coming at you next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Live out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It's day 2 of pads. Get some real football action going today, and it won't be 98 degrees, so maybe they'll get a little bit more work in, a little bit longer of work. I do want to talk about after just a few short days, who's kind of stood out to us, both sides of the football. If you have a name out there that you've read about, or heck, if you've been out here hanging out in the bleachers, you got a great perspective from where you are as well.
Oh,
so
yeah.
maybe you tell us who stood out to you. 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. You can share those texts as well as Tribe Roll Call as you continue to tell us who you are, where you are, and what you're doing. Throw your name on text so we can give you a shout-out.
I do a Tribe shout-out in the morning when I first get here.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we got Tribe members everywhere.
We're represented?
Yeah.
Shout out to our boy KB, too. He's here with a couple of his bros. Said they'll be streaming the show from the bleachers up there. So we appreciate all of you guys. Well, one of the names that I believe we're both going to talk about, because we've been very high on him in just a few short days because of his usage rate, his, declaration of influence that he has. I absolutely love that term, Cecil. And it's Evan Ingram and Shawn Payton talked about the progress from his new Joker toy.
Well, we're early. We're getting ready, we're heading into the preseason, but there is a vision we have for him. Certainly he can run. He's got really good receiving skill sets. He's got a good understanding of the passing game. I think the progress has been good.
Progress has been great, in my opinion. I think Shawn's underselling it a little bit there, and that's probably by design. It's still early. He doesn't want anybody to get too excited about this player, but I feel like that's the guy you and I have talked about, not just on the air, but off the air when we're kind of just watching and observing during practice, and then certainly on Saturday as well.
Yes, I think you're already on that train. You're driving that train.
I am, dude.
I had to talk you down a little bit. Now I'm out here. I'm jumping on board. Can I get a ticket on the Evan Ingram train? And by the way, my projection of 69 catches and about 700 yards and 3-4 touchdowns, I stick by my story for now.
Look,
he keeps doing this.
The yardage and the catches is pretty damn good. I kind of looked at more touchdowns with Evan Ingram.
Right, and we'll see, and certainly Courtland Sutton's back. We can't reveal anything, but everybody knows he's an X. It was nice to see on the very first snap of a walkthrough, Court was back at his normal spot.
Yeah.
When we'd seen Courtland out there, he was not in his normal spot, and I was like, what are they doing? Well, he's back. He's signed, so he's back there. So we'll see Ingram, Sutton. You've got a lot of red zone targets out there. One of those running backs, both of those running backs are red zone targets for Bo Nix. And Zach did a great job yesterday. I urge everyone to go to our YouTube channel because I posted it as the Drives YouTube show yesterday in going over third down numbers.
Nice. Oh, I heard
Bo
that.
Nix.
That was great.
Yeah, so third downs, red zone, under pressure, those are the three stats those are the ones that matter for quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Having a guy like Evan Ingram's going to help make Bo Nix better on third down, better in the red zone, better for the Broncos.
Quick shout-out to Zach By. We played a little golf last night right here at Family Sports, and it was great. Kristen Mackey set it all up. It was fun. Like, Anilo came. We had a little team action. I was on the same team as Zach and Kristen. I was absolutely terrible. And remember at the beginning of the year when I got super mad about playing bad golf?
Yeah.
I've reverted back to that guy. And it didn't help at all. So shout out to those guys. Zach carried the work. Kristen made the game-winning putt, and we beat those fools by one stroke. So shout out to everybody for carrying my dead weight. Evan Ingram is one of those names. Another name that I guess we can call it honorable mention, because it's not like he's made these giant plays, but just kind of how he looks and how different it feels with him. I think we should give Troy Franklin a little bit of love here.
Wow,
he's
to do that?
I mean, man, like I said, hate the hands, love the guy and what he can be, but he's starting to make me forget about the bad hands that he had a year ago. And see, I'm telling you, the strides, and I know most of it's against air right now, but if he and Bo can connect, and we've seen him talk away from the field several times, if they can start to connect on that chemistry, and what Bo's great at is putting a ball on a certain place to keep a guy in stride. If Troy Franklin has a half a yard of separation and Bo Nix puts it on the right shoulder, that thing's got the potential to be a house call every time he makes a catch.
Every single time. And that's the thing. It's as evens, he's leaving. That's what Troy Franklin, those strides, I mean, he takes up so much yardage with one step because his strides are very large. Now, that means you can trip him up easier than those guys with the foot frequency like Marvin Mims, but still. He has a gait where he gets by you in the blink of an eye. So it can be over, and with Bo being able to place that, having that college chemistry coming through, it's nice to see based off of last year and the struggles of Troy Franklin, kind of the not necessarily overhype, but he's his teammate, and everyone's super excited. And then outside of the Buffalo game in the wild card round, he didn't do what he needed to do. Now he is showing signs of immense progress. And I think that's great news for Broncos country, because I don't know about you, brother. I wasn't really counting on Troy Franklin this year.
You know how I felt about it. I had zero
but
expectations.
But when we get excited, I picked 13 wins for this team. And it wasn't because I saw Troy Franklin doing more. I picked 13 wins because of Evan Ingram and J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. If Franklin's out there balling out as well, all of a sudden that's just icing on top of the icing on top of the cherry on top of the icing on the cake.
And then as far as the defensive side goes, I mean, it's really tough to find that. I thought maybe day one of pads yesterday we might learn a little bit more. They're still not going to hit towards the ground. There's going to be very, very limited reps of that. So it's tough to see, hey, who's standing out on the defensive side here. But obviously we know what they are with their cornerbacks, PS2, Riley Moss, and Jahdae Barron. That's something that stood out to me is how much, almost like Evan Ingram, how much a guy like Jahdae Barron's moving around. And then what I've noticed, Cecil, and I'm sure you have, is when Jahdae's walking back towards the huddle, it's very interesting for me to see the amount of times he's having a conversation with the wide receiver that he was just in coverage with.
Yep.
I like the fact that they're just having an open dialogue about what just happened on the play they just ran.
That just happened, and that's what they'll do, and that's where Barron, with that star ability, that's what he was at Texas, that's what he'll be for the Broncos. He's a rover, a joker, a star, whatever the name you want to call it, is that he's a movable chess piece that you can move around the formation, and he can be out there in multiple ways to help you. So he's going to pick everybody's brain, going to try to get up to speed as much as possible in the pro game. I know that some say camp is boring. It's not. If you're saying it's boring, you're not paying attention. I know that some say, like, it's Moss versus Barron. Not really. I had text with Zach yesterday. He was sending me some of his notes, and thank you, Zach, for that. In that, hey, Moss is always on the outside. And I know that Shawn Payton talked about it, I believe, yesterday, where he's like, Moss, he can move around too. No. Moss is always on the outside. Moss is your 2. Barron's your 3. Barron could be your 2. Moss inside, I'd have to see it before I really liked it. I mean, I like Jaquan McMillan inside. I like Chris Abrams-Drain inside. So I'd have to see it before, but we don't need to really discuss that, in my opinion. I think it's Riley Moss on the outside, and it's Barron just being that movable chess piece.
I read something this morning our boy Drew Spivak sent our way about Jaquan McMillan being the X factor for the Broncos to win a lot of games. And at first I was like, what? Hold on.
Wait,
where'd you get that name from? And then I'm reading it. They're talking about how he can lock down, it's like in between hash marks and be kind of that inside, as you're talking about, third type of cornerback. And some of it made sense, but I'm like, well, I don't know if you know the Broncos.
Is he even better than Chris Abrams-Drain right now? AD is really good.
Chris has had a good camp so far.
Yes,
Again, it's very limited stuff, but I like what we've seen out of Chris Abrams-Drain.
He's not Chris Harris. Very few are. But Chris Abrams-Drain can play. So I like the idea of Jaquan, but I'm not sure about the accuracy of that report.
And look, I guess we weren't planning on talking about this, but I would say as somebody that I want to see improve is Devon Vele. I talked about the miscommunication stuff I saw yesterday. I just want to see him and Bo. They need to be better locked in together as far as what they're seeing, where they believe the coverage is coming from. I just don't like seeing the miscommunication between the two, and I've seen it a couple times out here.
Well, and the thing with Devon Vele that he's going to, I don't know, suffer from, or whatever the term I have to use, he was the stud of OTAs. Like the stud of OTAs. And then mandatory minicamp, he missed time. So I think it might have been a little bit of that overhype.
Yeah.
And you saw it coming out of OTAs, and people, were saying, like, oh, he's the story of OTAs. Devon Vele is here. All right, it's training. It's real now.
Yep.
It's real now.
Well, you just said something there, folks that claim this to be a boring training camp. I think they might not know what they're looking at.
Oh, not at all.
But I want to get into
something how to spell either.
That you and I said on Friday. I made the statement, and you said, oh, I really like that. This feels like Broncos again. I want to dive into a conversation to exactly what that means to each of us, and we'll do that next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Here's Shayna, Dylan, and their dad, Steve Williams.
Ever wonder why diamonds have been the very symbol of royalty, power, and love for centuries?
Almost as old as creation itself, a natural diamond is the most concentrated form of transferable wealth in the world.
Passed down from generation to generation.
And like people, no two natural diamonds are ever the same. Each are unique and singular, a creation as you are.
A diamond is naturally forever.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the perfect expression of your love.
At Williams Jewelers, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver.
In fact, we're one of America's largest fine jewelers, with almost every size, shape, and price range natural diamond in stock.
All at the guaranteed best prices in the state.
Say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Injured in an accident? Call Postman Law. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients, fighting and winning nationwide. Others promise, Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-3333, 720-944-3333. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Que no le haga caso a lo que le diga. Nos vivimos enamorando día a día. Dile que yo soy el que te quiere. Explícale lo que sucedió. Entre tú y yo la llama se encendió. No sé cómo pasó.
All right, we're live out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, as they're starting to get a little stretch in after a brief little warm-up walkthrough type to get things going here. Again, RamosLaw.com text line's always open at 303-713-1043. Our guy Ethan, he's out in North Carolina watching on YouTube. Says paying attention to the best team in the NFL while cleaning a chicken coop.
Oh, wow.
And listening from
Okay.
North Carolina. So absolutely love that there. You ever run through chicken coops as a kid?
Chickens are scary. I used to go over to Kevin, shout out Kevin Hahn out there in Grover.
What's up,
'Cause
Kev?
they had chickens, and anytime I'd go over there as a little kid, the damn roosters would chase you all over the place. And we didn't have chickens, so I wasn't used to it, and they're very aggressive.
Yeah.
And they're just like, come at you with them talons. I'm like,
yeah.
get your rooster off me. I almost said something else. There's another name for a rooster that I will not use.
yeah.
But yes, get your rooster away from me.
Would have been a funnier joke, though, if you were able to use that word.
I would have gotten fired, but, hey.
One more quick text here. Tyler in FTC says he's working as an electrician at the best college in Colorado. And obviously that's CSU. Y'all talked about wanting to come to Moby for some basketball games. Hit me up, boys. I'll get you the best seats in the house. We might have to take him up on that
Oh, we're
offer.
definitely taking him up on that.
Tyler, we may be seeing you soon. All right, let's talk about what this training camp has felt like. And I said it on Friday. It just feels like it's back to Broncos a little bit. And I want to talk about what I meant by that, maybe what you mean or feel when I say that, and what you think this training camp has been. And when I say it's back to Broncos, a lot of that has to do with maybe my own expectations, but also what the city's expectations are now. And the cities, the media around this, the head coach themselves, the owner who said what his expectations were. And I absolutely love hearing that from a guy like Greg Penner. When I said that on Friday, it was just kind of that feeling. And again, it was our first time out here for camp. It was just that feeling of the last 9 years has kind of been like last 2 weeks of school vibes. And that's when we're just getting started.
Yes.
It's, hey, how's everybody doing? It's catch-up time. It's like, oh, I saw that video you posted on Instagram. You were at that beach? I was there just 2 weeks before. That's what the vibes felt like here the last 9 years. And it's not like it's still so buttoned up that everybody's walking around on eggshells like, when you have a bad boss and that person determines the mood for the day. That's not what it is. It's just we know we have talent on this football team.
Yeah.
We know where we were a year ago,
Right.
and that's not even good enough. We're now moving in the right direction, and it's 90-something guys out here all walking in unison towards the same goal. When the last 9 years, it's been like, there's a group of offensive guys that think they can be good. There's a group of defensive guys that think they can be good. And then there's these younger class guys that don't know what the hell they're doing. And Fangio ignores them because they're on the offense. Or Nathaniel just talks to Russ and Sierra because he's a weirdo. And, all these things that lined up. That's not here anymore. There's no last 2 weeks of school vibes or the Friday at work before vacation vibes. This is, like I said, Broncos. There's expectations in the air. They're tangible.
Right. They're tangible, and you can feel it in the air that this team is serious. You had seen, and in fact, it was Bo Nix saying, we don't have any clowns on this roster. They don't have any clowns in the coaching staff. This isn't about, and I always thought the Hackett thing with Sierra, don't be weird about another man's wife.
He was.
Okay? If a guy outkicks his coverage with an international superstar, megastar, pop star, you don't have to be a weirdo around her, okay? That's just weird, Nathaniel Hackett being weird. It's none of that. It's none of the focus on the wrong things. I feel Vic Fangio he's got to be incredibly happy, of course, now a champion with the Philadelphia Eagles. It's a focus on the entire team. It's all together on one, and it's all in line with Sean Payton's vision, actually Greg Penner's vision. This is Greg Penner's vision. So if you love what you're seeing from the Broncos, you love the new facility that's being built at Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit, you're going to love the new stadium whenever that gets announced and however it's going to look. It's going to be outstanding. We know that. That's the direction from Greg Penner. But Sean Payton following those orders, yes, he's listening. Sean Payton following those orders, and then it just trickles down. Everyone is serious but has fun. How's that work?
Yeah.
How's that work? They're serious about their jobs, but they're having fun while doing it. There are a little bit of eggshells. I don't know if you stepped on them. You're walking down from the park over there like, I don't know where the eggshells are. They are here. You definitely get that vibe from staff.
Yeah.
You get that vibe from players. Because they know they got to stay in line because it's Sean Payton's show.
Well, Shawn was asked about that yesterday at the podium. He was asked if not just him, but he and his coaching staff can feel the seriousness that's around camp this year.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's interesting. You're always looking for that combination of experience and youth. We're young, obviously, and yet we've got some guys that have played a lot of games in the postseason. A lot of the free agents we brought in have been in not just the two from San Francisco, but others. It happens, and I don't know that you recognize it happening with the signing of one, but you continue to look for the certain player you're looking for, and then it begins to take shape. And so when people ask about culture a lot, I really think it starts with the ingredients, and it starts with the draft and who you're signing after the draft and who you're signing in free agency, because we can aspire to have great culture, but if we don't sign the right players, then it's going to be difficult or impossible.
And you know what? When I heard him say that yesterday, I started to think about culture and how it gets built and how it gets flipped, and then the guy that gets the most credit is usually the head coach, right? You come in here and you flip the culture, and you get in his case, John's case, the quarterback, and they're so locked in as a head coach quarterback duo, they're almost the same guy. But George Payton and his staff doesn't get enough credit for that either. And it's going to what Shawn was talking about. You go get the veterans that are going to be plug-and-play players, but you've mentioned this, Cecil, because you're plugged into that world more than I am. The fact that these guys are going out and scouting high-character guys, sitting down with dudes and not just watching the film and going, that guy would be great on third down with his ears pinned back. Right. This dude would be great with his hand in the dirt and running out with his little chip block and release type of thing. It's high-character guys that fit this culture that aren't going to come in here and be bad eggs. And I remember Shawn's first year, guys like Randy Gregory didn't fit. Got the hell up out of here. Yeah. And that's what George is on.
Yeah, and the thing, even a guy like Blake Watson who's not going to make the team looking for a practice squad spot, I remember talking to him at the Shrine Bowl and was like, hey, did you ever, it's college, right? We all got in trouble in college. Well, I mean, you didn't go to college. I went to community college for half a year. He's like, one time I set my alarm. This is how innocent and kind he is. He's like, one time I set my alarm for 9 p.m. instead of 9 a.m. or whatever it was. Yeah. And then he got in trouble with the coaching staff. I'm like, that's it? That's it? You didn't run around and them fast hair girls? Nothing? Like, no, he wasn't doing any of that. So that's the type of player. And, again, it's all about football. The focus here is football. By the way, great to see Cortland Sutton in front of us.
Yes, it is.
That's fantastic.
Full pads. I mean, he was in full pads yesterday, but definitely not fully participating. So we're going to get that fully today as the wide receiver group is in front of us and going to put in a little work. One more quickly here, Kev, about that culture. And Shawn asked about building the culture, asked what is the challenge in this instance coming to Denver and having to rebuild the culture.
Like one of the biggest challenges for us in the when the draft comes is we have all the film, we have the combine, and we're really trying to dig into the makeup and the football makeup of players, which sometimes is not as easy as you can see the film. But I think the ability for us now to Zoom interviews and have more interaction than maybe in years past has helped that process. And yet I think it's still one of the important things, trying to find out those things that maybe you can't see on film.
See, that's what I was talking about, the stuff you can't see on film and the Zoom interviews. And I don't know how often or not Shawn's a part of that. Maybe you know better than I do. But that's what I'm talking about. George and scouts sitting down and learning who a man is. What's your priorities? Jahdae Barron, when he gets drafted, hey, can you put me on speakerphone so I can thank you all for changing my mom's life? That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And George and his team gets more credit, or doesn't get enough credit like they should.
Right, and I believe it was Cynthia Freeland, who was here with NFL Network, correct?
Yeah, over the weekend.
On Saturday, and she had said one of the best things that she had learned from Shawn Payton is that this is a guy that can identify who he wants, kind of like the prototype, right?
Yeah.
I know the prototype, so are you like that? And it's very, for lack of a better term, Belichickian.
Yeah.
It's very Shanahanian.
Shanahan. I like that one.
I like that one better than the Belichickian one. We're not talking about it. All right, sugardaddy.com. So you love it because it's knowing your type. We all have a type. I was talking about my affinity for blondes, right? You got a type?
Right.
Well, Shawn Payton, he's got a type, and that type is high quality, serious about football, but still, at the same time, ability to take a chewing, not take it personally, don't be a baby out there, and then understand you respond to your coaching direction, even if it is a little rough.
Speaking of types, is there a sugarmama.com for Kevin? because, Kevin, I think you should start a profile.
Have you met Kevin?
All right, let's go inside the internet. What crazy video story caught our attention online yesterday? Well, I want to start with a story at ESPN.com about the Broncos' youth and the talent in that department, or as they're going to put it, lack thereof, youth and talent. We'll get into that next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
So, how'd you manage to buy that investment property? If you're anything like me, your CPA made most of your taxable income magically disappear.
Yeah, legally, of course. But yeah, like you, I run everything through my business.
Right? I know you have the cash for the down payment, and your credit's solid, but no W-2?
Look, I went with CakeHome.com's Business Purpose DSCR loan. DSCR stands for Debt Service Coverage Ratio, which means they got me approved based on the property's cash flow, not my tax return.
CakeHome.com, and they didn't need income docs?
Nope, not a single one. They just looked at the rental income. And get this, in my case, it didn't even need to cover the whole mortgage.
Okay, Cake was definitely built for investors like us. I need that number.
Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. 1-800-EAT-CAKE. Or visit CakeHome.com for details and 5-star reviews.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's
Stand Up to Cancer!
Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Revive Organic Soil Treatment is the only product that takes water deep down to the roots. In the summer drought, this means a lush green lawn. Save water, save money, spread it or spray it. Apply Revive and your lawn will thrive.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
All right, well, one quick thing we're seeing on the Internet. In fact, Kevin, you just sent us this our way. It's Jay Glazer. Apparently, Jay's out here today, taking in Broncos practice. He and Shawn are real tight, right? So that's not a big surprise at all. They're bros, and they buddy up in the offseason. But he's out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. He posts this on his social media. First off, he has George Payton holding the camera for him. So I think that's kind of interesting. He spends about 27 seconds talking about that. That's too much, Jay.
Yeah.
But what he writes is very, very interesting. He says, at least divisional round of the playoffs, if not deeper. At Bo Nix 10, you see how he tags him there, is a stud. He puts that in all caps. He gets it way more than most second-year quarterbacks, plus he gives poop back, he said another word, to Sean Payton, which I love.
Yeah.
Vance Joseph's defense added the right pieces to an already stingy unit. I'm telling you, this is a legit playoff team. And then he talks about some guy he's friends with that I don't care about.
That's the most boring thing ever. I mean, seriously, it's going to be the worst take of all time coming up because everyone's going to have it. Every national reporter, I've seen the future. They're going to come out here, oh, my God, you can't believe it, guys. Bo Nix, right? Catch up. Yep. Fox Force 5, Pulp Fiction, catch up. Like, seriously. Like, hey, these guys are going to get – yeah, God, yes. Tell me something we don't know. And, so I think it's funny. National media get eyes on Bo Nix. This guy's amazing.
Yeah.
What are you listening to Ty McShay? Repeating him like these other guys over here? Like, seriously, like, what are you doing?
It's what we've said before. The national media – they get most of, if not all, of their information from some of their local friends and sources.
Watch out who you listen to on the local source thing.
Yeah,
that's
100%.
for damn sure. So, like, it's going to be and Broncos country, don't let them on. Don't let them on. If you weren't on the Bo Nix
they were
bandwagon,
hating before,
if you were because so many people busting hamstrings out here because they had to backpedal on their opinions on Bo Nix. Don't let them on.
Yeah.
I don't want to let those people on. They weren't down with Bo Nix. They couldn't even watch him and then take account and see what he is and see what he was going to be. They couldn't do that last year. We don't want him on board this year. The Bo Nix bandwagon is closed.
It's full.
But it's going to get a lot of hangers on, shall we say.
Seats taken. That's what I tell them.
Oh, my God. That was the worst when you were a kid getting on the bus.
Yeah, there's nowhere to sit.
I know. One time, Donald Courier sat in the very back seat, which was my sister Carrie's seat, and she was a senior, and she got in trouble, so she had to ride the bus, which was terrible.
Yeah.
She beat the hell out of this little kid.
Nice, Carrie.
Because that was her seat.
Yeah.
I'm like, you haven't ridden the bus in 3 years. Poor little Donald Courier just sitting there, man.
He's got nightmares about that.
Exactly.
All right, next up, Inside the Internet, this again coming from ESPN.com. So I saw the headline, and I, of course, go, hey, where do the Broncos rank? So ESPN, and it's Aaron Schatz, he ranks NFL team talent under the age of 25.
Okay.
So I thought to myself, man, Bo Nix isn't there. That's going to hurt them quite a bit because he's got a lot of talent.
Right.
But he's over that age range. Dude, I scrolled through this entire article, and I'll show you right here. I'm just scrolling. I'm scrolling. I get down to number 32, and that's where the Denver Broncos are. They were 26th ranked a year ago. Blue chip players, according to ESPN, is none under the age of 25.
Okay.
So that's where you have to ask yourself, okay, well, you get graduated players, Bo Nix, PS2, Riley Moss, and Nick Benito. They're just past the age of 25.
Okay.
That's what's being held against them. Under 25 is Marvin Mims, who's 23, Jonah Ellis, who's 22, Jaleel McLaughlin, who's 24, your favorite guy, Audric Estime, who's 21. And then you get R.J. Harvey, Jahdae Barron, Savion Jones, and Pat Bryant as rookie guys that are under there. I would look at this, and I'll even throw Troy Franklin on from a year ago, who we talked about earlier. If things pop the right way this year, dude, they shoot up a list like this next year because of Troy Franklin, because of Marvin Mims, because of Jahdae Barron, because of Pat Bryant, and R.J. Harvey. Those are 5 guys I just listed that I think are going to have significant roles. R.J. may be bigger than the rest, but significant roles that if they all pop the way I believe they will, and I think you believe they will, this 32nd ranking is going to be in the top 15 next year.
I like Aaron. He's a personal friend of mine, but that list is bunk. I want to look at it from the apophatic view, which means, okay, what does it not say, right? It says that you don't have a bunch of immaturity running around. We talk about the right kind of guy. It says to me you have a team that's built to win a championship right now.
Yeah.
If you look at young teams, well, man, hey, in a couple of years these guys will be really good. They're good now. They're good now.
They are.
They're ready to contend for a Super Bowl now. Right now, directly is where the Broncos are at. So above 25, below 25, yeah, if it was 30, perhaps the list would be a little more intriguing to me.
The age, 30,
yeah, but 25, yeah, whatever.
What do you think the wheelhouse is of, like, I know this will never happen, but what does a team need? 25 to 28-year-olds? 26 to 30-year-olds?
I think you need to be an average age of just like around 30. Just a little bit
under 30.
Oh, really?
30. That's a little higher than I thought.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, because you want that veteran experience. Mm-hmm. If you can have guys that have played for that long, because they come in at 21, 22, maybe because of the COVID year now it's like 23, and if you're Tyler Shuck in New Orleans, you've been in college for 8 years. I know guys who go to college for 8 years. They're called doctors.
Right.
But, like, that's...
Or my stoner friends like Bill and Steve. They're just kicking it there.
They're like draws from PCU.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're a seventh-year senior. Okay. But I look at it and I go, you know what? That, to me, says a mature team. That, to me, says a team that's ready to win a lot right now and a lot more than people would think.
All right, next up I want to go to a story out of Detroit, and I've told you this before a couple of times, and I stick by my story, like you said earlier. I've got the name. Now, everybody's rooting for Prime to be fine and Prime's health to return to form without any hiccups moving forward.
Yes.
Everybody's rooting for Prime. But if he's unable to perform or unable to continue coaching and he's got to put his health first, and no one will knock him for that, I've told you before I got the name. And his name is John Gruden. And John Gruden's going to coach again. Why wouldn't it be at CU if you want to go up to CSU, we'll take you there too, Chucky. If Prime can't do it. You keep that momentum alive. Yeah. You keep CU relevant in college football. And he told the Detroit Free Press yesterday, because he was up at Lions camp helping out with Matt Campbell. He said, hopefully I'm not done. I'm about to make a comeback. I'm working hard to maybe get one more shot, but hopefully some of these guys that fell off my branch, if you say it that way, maybe they can hire me because I'm looking for a job. I don't care if I have to coach at Jones Junior High School. I'm going to coach again. I'm still coaching. I'm just not on a team officially, but I do have some private assignments I work on and wear some gear when I'm watching the games that nobody knows who I'm pulling for. So this dude is going to be 62 years old next month, has a career record of 117 and 112 in the regular season, 5-4 in the postseason, of course, his 2002 Super Bowl with the Buccaneers. I believe him that he's going to coach again. It's just a matter of time and who gives him that first shot.
Yeah, who gives him that opportunity, and is Byron Leftwich on CU's staff or not?
Nobody knows.
Because we had that conversation, I think, a week ago with Drew Spivak, #BringBackSpivak, of like, hey, what? Huh?
Yeah.
Byron Leftwich is not on the staff? Because that's where my mind went of like, oh, well, you have Byron Leftwich there to help run your team. He could step in and be that guy. So the Gruden thing, definitely get a lot of eyeballs, definitely get a lot of attention. It would be interesting to see how it's received based on Gruden, quote-unquote, getting canceled. That
was like canceling was so hot back then.
It was.
It's not anymore.
It was the thing.
Yeah.
They were investigating Dan Snyder. They fired John Gruden. So take that for what it's worth. And by the way, the language and the behavior that Gruden had, we were just talking about some NFL guy off air. The language and behavior that Gruden had in those emails, 32 other coaches have that.
Yeah.
So if you want to cancel John Gruden, I get it, right? I'm not forgiving him for what he said in those emails because what he said was wrong. But I'm just here to tell you, to a man, every single coach in the league talks like that. They didn't find out about it, or they wanted a scapegoat instead of Dan Snyder, and it was John Gruden.
You know what they're still doing in the locker room? Talking like that. Today, yesterday, tomorrow, for the foreseeable future, they will be talking about. And look, I like Brian Leftwich. I think John's just a little bit better of an option there. And this is all hypothetical if something were to happen with Prime's health, and nobody is rooting for that. That's what's inside the internet. We are done with hour number one, quarter one in the books just like that. So let's get into quarter number two. And I want to hear from GB. Let's get in the GB zone, Cease. Garrett Bolles, what did he see in the running back room? And he's going to tell us what it's like to have to block guys like Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did, toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country. You're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Visit showallegiance.com, and from all of us, thank you for your support.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hour 2, quarter number 2. We play 4 quarters every single day. We appreciate you guys giving us some of your time. However it is, you're doing it. You want to join the show? You're up there in the stands. Tell us what you're seeing. 303-713-1043. You want us to keep our eyes on a certain player, unit. Let us know. 303-713-1043. Put your name on your text, and we'll do that for you and then give you a shout-out here on the show. All right, Garrett Bolles, one of the longest-tenured Broncos. He'll retire a Denver Bronco after the contract he signed. He was at the podium yesterday talking to Broncos media, and one thing he talked about was the guys he'll be blocking for and what he's seen from this transformed and new-looked running back room.
Oh, absolutely. We got JK in here for a reason. We all know what he can do for us. We got Harvey and Miguel and Estime and all those guys that are, our running back room is deep. Everyone can carry the ball. Everyone can do it. We got Batty. We got everybody that we need. The way that they hit the hole, we got some guys that can stretch out the outside zone game for us, which, is an emphasis for us coming into this training camp. And so just doing everything we can up front to let those guys see the hole and make us right. It's fun to watch those guys, scream around the edge and, give us the yards that we need to win football games.
All right, a couple of things. He mentioned the name Miguel. I don't know who that is. And 2, he says Batty. Are we going to figure out what the hell this guy's name is at all?
Bidet is the way he wants it pronounced, so it's Bidet to me. But I love seeing that because they're doing running back drills right now. And with this Broncos team, you have to be versatile in terms of attacking between the tackles, that's JK and RJ, but then busting things outside, which both of those guys can do. And also Jaleel McLaughlin just had a big play off to the left side. So you see the speed element that comes into this game. Bidet and McLaughlin basically competing for that number 3 running back spot. We'll see how it continues on in this battle. That's one of the most exciting battles is because we know JK and RJ are going to do their thing. Who's the number 3 back? Where's that speed element coming from?
You said a big play from Jaleel McLaughlin.
Yeah.
Somebody mark the date. Somebody mark the date. Not going to see too many of those things moving forward. All right, so if Garrett Bolles is fired up about the new-look running back room, you tell me, Cease, what are we looking at here? 1,000, 1,100, 1,200? None of those options as far as a single rusher, not a duo or a trio.
If JK is healthy for, let's say, 15 games, I would put the number for him of about 1,000 to 1,100 yards.
Okay.
If RJ is healthy for, let's say, 15-some games, I would put the number at about 900 yards. So combined, just rushing yards, these guys are going to be 2,000 yards.
So would you say, like, those games for RJ, that's him still a ramp-up period?
Yeah.
Like he plays in 15 games.
It's
that's
a
like 10
5-week,
as a starter type
it's
deal?
5-week ramp-up period.
Okay.
Week 6 is when I'll really start to judge R.J. Harvey. Hopefully you see some more before then. And then behind him, they have to figure it out. I am not going to turn this into a Commander show, but I'm going to turn it into a Commander show. The guy in the 7th round, when they're taking tight ends that played basketball, there was a back on the board, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, saw him at the Shrine Bowl, talked about him a lot on this show. He's getting first-team reps with Washington right now.
Wow.
We're a week into training camp.
Damn.
And their 7th rounder, you took a tight end that caught 4 passes. The 7th rounder that they took at running back is getting first-team reps. And that's on a team with Austin Eckler, probably not for long.
Oh, he's
old. And if Eckler gets cut, I want him here. Bad. And then Brian Robinson, who's a damn good running back, like a power back. But that could be I think getting only RJ could be a mistake for this team. Now, they believe in Bidet. They believe in Jaleel. They, at one point, probably believed in Audric Estime. That seems to have quickly gone bye-bye because he barely touches the field now. And Blake Watson is just a practice squad guy at this point. But you're making a mistake if you didn't add more talent, if this talent doesn't show up in the way that a 7th rounder for Washington right now might be the starter for him.
Dude, that's insane.
And it was there. It was available.
Yeah.
And they had talked to him, by the way.
And you had talked about him for a handful of days.
They had shown interest in him. So, and again, I don't want to be that guy, like, why are you always bagging on Tariq Woolen and Delarian Turner-Riel? Because that matters. That matters. Every little thing in these instances, that matters. Yes, even 7th-round picks. So if Estime doesn't step up, Bidet doesn't step up, and if Jaleel keeps getting a shoestring tackled all the time, that's going to be problems, Mac, because RJ, JK, they're going to need a breather at some point.
I heard Stoke talking about Caleb Lohner today, talking about, hey, it's a very low risk. Maybe it turns into, I don't want to even say a high reward. He was talking about how it could turn into some sort of reward.
Yeah.
And I don't think Stoke's saying, like, you found your starting tight end in the 7th round. He just said, there's something there.
Well, and you and I both know Julius Thomas well. You perhaps more than I.
We broed out a few times.
But, like, he's not Julius Thomas. All right?
No.
Now, he has made plays almost every single day, so we're going to note that. We're going to be excited, right? But I don't get a Julius Thomas vibe. Again, could totally be wrong, and he's the greatest ever, but I just look at that and go, that was a very interesting pick from a guy that maybe would have been available undrafted, but we'll see.
All right, one more from Bolles here. He talked about the team, the guys in the locker room. Do they feel any of that extra juice knowing there's expectations here and this Broncos roster can make some moves?
Listen, man, just because we made the playoffs doesn't mean our destiny is where we want it to be. You know what I mean? It's just one stepping stone of where we want to go. It's not much more work to get to that final game and to go to the next round. There's a reason why only 8 teams out of each division. There's 32 teams, only 16 teams get to go to the playoffs. So, that's half of the teams get to go home. Trust me, I've been there for so many years of going home. It sucks. But it was a great stepping stone for us. We laid down a foundation. You see what we're building here. You see what we're doing here. It's just, a tremendous time to be a Denver Bronco, and the love that I have for my teammates in the city and our fan base and, the excitement that we have. But, we got so much work to do. We have so much things that we got to work on and get better. There's so much time before we play the first game. So we just got to focus on one play at a time, one practice at a time, and get better in all of our areas and work on our craft every single day.
So you don't want the players to be smelling their own you-know-what, and certainly not in July.
Yeah.
And that's what Garrett's doing. He's tempering expectations a little bit. But right when I heard him say that yesterday, I started to think about what this team is and what we said. They're going to be good. And we talked about even Jay Glazer jumping on someone's local take and saying they're going to be good. They can't say that. But, Cecil, this offense is going to take the next step. The defense is going to remain top 5. Maybe they do take a jump into top 3 and live there throughout the course of the season. So as much as they're going to temper expectations and Shawn's going to try to do it up to that podium every single day, you out there listening to Broncos country, you don't have to do that. You should be fired up about this football team. You should be fired up about what this thing is going to look like as soon as this year and what it can look like in the next couple of years, because this is a Broncos town. This is a Broncos state.
Right.
The Colorado sports fans live and die by what the Denver Broncos do. And for the first time in 9 years, they are on the right damn track. That a Super Bowl should be in the goal list, on the goal list, and I haven't felt like that in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't felt like that in a long time either, and it's genuine now.
Yeah.
It's not just pie in the sky. It's not Homer radio. It's nothing like that. It's honest truth about this team, and I love it because I know that the Nuggets are built to win a championship. I know that the Avs are built to win a championship. I can now say I know the Broncos are as well.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, the race to a ring. I can't wait, man. Put your running shoes on, girl. We'll see who gets there first, the Nuggets, the Avs, or the Broncos, because all three of these teams are contenders.
Race to a ring. I love that one. That's where we're at here in this city. All right, we'll get back to hearing from Garrett Bolles a little bit later on in the show. I do want to tell you about our partnership with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of our city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. You're looking for that cardboard cutout of Zach By, scan the QR code on Zach By, and boom, you're registered just like that. For more information and a list of course locations, make sure you head to DenverSports.com/golf. DenverSports.com/golf. You can find out how you can get registered. All right, we'll take a quick Broncos break and continue our football conversation. Some NFL players found themselves in hot water for how they handled their Super Bowl tickets, Cecil. Plus, we heard from Travis Hunter on his responsibilities when it comes to being a two-way player in the NFL, and we're going to hit both of those stories coming up next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Courtland Sutton?
Do we realize that Courtland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Kwiat Diamonds, a legacy of brilliance since 1907.
We're proud at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood to have been chosen as Colorado's exclusive Kwiat diamond jeweler.
From Kwiat's Mine to Shine diamond, the natural diamond cut, polished, and designed just for you.
To Kwiat's red carpet collections of designer jewelry, including American Beauty, Lyric, and Kwiat Star. They're all here.
Kwiat diamond rings and diamond studs, Kwiat diamond bracelets, and Riviera necklaces have long been the toast of Fifth Avenue.
Because Kwiat's whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamonds cut to the world's highest standards.
I'm Dylan Williams. Shayna and I invite you to come experience the breathtaking beauty of Kwiat diamond jewelry for yourself.
Or the one you love.
For the American beauty in your life.
At Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
This Saturday, August 2nd, downtown Littleton hosts Colorado's coolest bike race, the Audi Denver Littleton Twilight Criterium and Arts Festival. Watch top pros and amateurs race through the streets or sign up to ride. Whether you're a seasoned racer or brand new to the sport, there are family cruiser rides, kids activities, and fun for all ages. Plus live music, great food, and a local arts and crafts fair. It's free to attend in just minutes from Denver. Go to littletoncrit.com for details and registration.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
How is it that I make all this money and still can't buy a home?
That's because you went to an outdated lender. I went to Cake, and now I'm in my dream home.
Wait, how'd they pull that off? We're both self-employed.
They look at real income, like your bank deposits or certified profit and loss, not just your tax returns. Cake has flexible mortgage options made for people like us.
Okay, but what if I want to buy a rental property?
Even better. Cake has a program just for that. And it doesn't matter if your monthly rentals don't cover the mortgage. They can look at the potential of the property, not just the current rental income.
That's it. How do I reach these guys?
Their website is cakehome.com, but I called 888-EAT-CAKE.
Okay, got it. So it's 888-EAT-CAKE, right?
Yeah, call 888-EAT-CAKE for more details and learn why life's better with cake.
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, yeah, we're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Day 2 of pads, a little cooler day, so we'll see what kind of work the guys get in here today. Always want to hear from you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line. It's 303-713-1043. Again, if you're sitting in the stands, you tell us what you're seeing. We'd love to get your thoughts. If you want us to put eyeballs on a certain player or unit, tell us that as well, and we'll do it, and then report back to you here live on the show. Always throw your name on your text so we can give you a shout-out on the show. All right, real quick before we jump into some kind of around the NFL type of stories, Cease, during the break we were sitting here. The Nets came out. It's one of my favorite, like, hey, this doesn't really matter drills.
Yeah.
But it's the Nets with 3 holes in them. The quarterbacks are trying to throw them into the holes. They're doing it right in front of us, which right in front of the fans.
That's great.
And every time someone would get one in the hole, the fans would go nuts. And it was actually Sam Ehlinger who got it first, then Cortland Sutton, who came over to throw, then Bo Nix got a couple. Jared got 0. And Evan Ingram even threw one in there, and he was really fired up about it. Brian and I were kind of laughing, like Evan's flexing, hitting the dummy pad, and getting the crowd really fired up. So it was really cool to see. And, yeah, Bo made the most of it.
There'll be a good thing that Cortland Sutton wasn't here, because he threw one in one of these drills. It's like, wow, he's got pretty touch. He's thrown trick passes before.
He
one to Bo last year against Baltimore. The Bo came down with in the end zone, touchdown Broncos. So it's just one of those fun things, and I hope there's no training camp stats on that. Training camp stats are the worst, right? If you're relying on that, or like, kind of quoting those, or going online even and putting those out there for the fans, like Bo Nix 7 of 9 today and 7-on-7 drills, then I wish you would stop.
Please stop doing that.
Please stop doing that. Please shut up. Like, yeah, it's a little bit bunk, and it reminds me of the time at the Senior Bowl when Josh Allen missed the net, and
what do you mean, completely?
Friend, yeah. It's our friend Nikki Jabala.
What's up, Nikki? Congrats on the new job.
It was day 1. She got a new job?
She just switched from the Post to the Athletic.
Oh, okay, nice.
She's got kids to feed now.
Right. So it was day 1 of Senior Bowl practice. The Broncos were coaching Josh Allen. Mm-hmm. Josh missed the net, and it was day 1, and it went viral, and it was like, this guy sucks, and Wyoming 50%. So it's like, all right, let's again, I hope there's no preseason stats, because I feel bad that at that time, not me, but there were a lot of people that were like, oh, the Broncos don't need to draft Josh Allen. He can't even hit the net.
How'd that work out? You guys,
Not great,
you guys still got your Bradley Chubb jerseys? Oh, by the way, Nikki's one of the best. I know you know her well. I know her pretty well, too. When I was working at the Denver Post, she's like, if I could just get a job covering basketball, I'd be so happy. And now she's like the NFL writer. Reporter, at least.
Right, exactly.
She crushes it, so congrats to her. All right, quick couple stories here. We do want to talk a little bit about Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, but you see this stuff about the NFL players in trouble for Super Bowl tickets. So apparently, wow, big run by J.K. Oh, that's RJ Harvey.
RJ, yep.
That's about a 30-yard scamper right there from the rookie.
Yep.
More than 100 NFL players from approximately 16 teams face fines and possible suspensions for selling their Super Bowl 59 tickets above face value in violation of league policies. So these players are not going to be able to get their Super Bowl tickets for the next couple years because they were trying to make a buck on this, and they could be fined and suspended. All right, I know you maybe want to send a message here, but suspending the players for something like this, I think the punishment wouldn't fit the crime here. Fine them, slap them on their wrists. Obviously, they're concerned about their finances. They're selling their tickets, so if you take some of their money, it's going to hurt anyway. You don't need to suspend a player for something like this.
So they got in trouble for selling something that was theirs.
That was given to them for free and selling them above face value.
But they gave them, so when it was exchanged and given to them, it was theirs.
It was
right?
theirs, yeah.
They do possess it, correct?
They do, yep.
What's the old lawyer thing? Like, possession is 90%
9/10 of the law.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So
I used to tell that to my sisters when I'd steal their candy bars.
maybe that's what Stokes said when he stole your cheese.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So they were given something that became theirs that they then sold that they get in trouble for. How does that – did we grow up in Russia? Like, seriously, is this communist? This is communism.
So they can do whatever they want with it once it's been given to you.
They were given the tickets,
Yeah,
right? Then
yeah.
the tickets were theirs.
So if I give you, or just if this example, if my mother gives me a lawnmower and then I sell it
Yeah.
to buy a better lawnmower, she can't be mad at me.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
I think you're right about that.
Yeah. So let's say you have my power washer.
I do.
If I wasn't borrowing it with you or letting you borrow it, if I'd said, hey, yeah, just keep it, and then you sold it, I wouldn't fine you.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? You're right about this.
You go on Facebook Marketplace, like, I got $25 for that power washer.
Yeah.
Like,
it's worth way more. That thing's badass. Dude.
It is awesome. I'm like, okay, how does that even make sense? If it's yours and you sell it, okay. Could they have sold it for face value and then they wouldn't be in trouble?
Oh, I wonder,
When they
yeah.
were given the tickets, were they told you cannot sell these and then they betrayed that? Maybe that's something. Was there a contract? Was there language in this? Again, I'm not Dan Jacobs. I can put my lawyer hat on, right?
Yeah, I guess we need D. Jacobs
Well,
on the
was
case
there any
here.
sort of documentation that said, hey, you cannot sell these?
I don't know that. I don't know.
If there was, then they violated something, then you should get fined.
Okay.
And if not, and they were just given to tickets, like, yeah, that's
Can't give me something and then place rules on it.
right.
Yeah,
right.
I'm with you on this.
Yeah,
I'm with you
it's
on
weird.
this.
It's weird. Cop talk's weird.
Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, next up, a couple stories here for our former local guys in Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders. Start in Jacksonville, where Travis was talking about his learning curve to play on both sides of the ball. He said, quote, I need to be able to process everything fast, super quick. When I'm on the defensive side, if the offensive changes their strength, I've got to know what I'm doing right away. You've got two playbooks, and you've got two different terms each and every day. I enjoyed it. I just need to be on the field a lot more so I can continue to learn the defense and continue to do what I need to do, end quote.
Okay.
I really love the fact that they're giving him this opportunity. I'm reading this off Real GM. They're talking about Chuck Bednarik back in 1962 being the last guy to do this. Dude, I just think it's cool that I don't know that it's going to work to the level that maybe Travis wants it to.
Right.
But there's a possibility of it. There's a possibility of, like, we're looking at Travis Hunter, the Shohei Ohtani of the NFL, and he might just be breaking the mold. Like, he could start something here where we see in the next 5-10 years, hey, two-way players aren't this unique, whoa, what the hell's going on here type of conversation at the NFL level.
Right, and maybe it's a harbinger for what's to come. Although it's very, very difficult. I've always said Travis Hunter is a unicorn. So I'm never going to doubt a unicorn if he can fly, if he can play both ways. Like, yeah, Travis Hunter could pretty much do anything that he wants, and we'll see to what level that is. So we're continuing to watch this and continue to say, hey, this is interesting and unique from an NFL perspective because we don't see this every day because he's one of a kind.
What if I told you he had 500 yards receiving, 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and he returned one of those interceptions to the house? What if I told you that was his rookie stat line? Am I crazy?
Receiving isn't enough.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I can look at my projections for him. I don't know them off the top of my head, but it's going to be more than 500 yards.
Okay. 5 touchdowns? Something along those lines?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And then let's say 3 picks.
Oh, this is a good
3
one for you.
picks.
Where's Travis in the fantasy world?
Exactly. He's a flex play right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and it basically depends on how you believe on Liam Cohen turning around Trevor Lawrence, who's been what's Deion bull junk?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got some bull junk from Trevor Lawrence there. Great hair, not a great quarterback, Bob. So does he turn it around with Liam Cohen? Yeah, Brian Thomas, who put up Randy Moss-level analytical stats last year. He's amazing. Travis Hunter is the 2. So, yeah, he's a flex play right now for fantasy perspectives.
All right, couple things right there. We'll get to the Shedeur story a little later on in the show and talk about where the former CU quarterback is in the Cleveland quarterback room. That'll happen later on today. All right, our boy Jake Shapiro's out here. Let's take a second and chat with Jake about what he's seen out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We'll do that coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Did you know there are more ways than ever